Vice-Chancellor Professor Nawangwe, Professor David Mayer, our partners from the NRF, the Canadian International Development Research Centre, distinguished research chairs, scholars and guests. Good morning. It is an honor and a deep personal joy to be here today on this auspicious occasion amongst now friends and colleagues who are advancing the legacy of one of Africa's greatest sons, Oliver Reginald Tambo. As the CEO of the Oliver and Adelaide Tambo Foundation, I speak on behalf of our staff and our board, and on behalf of one of 4 proud partners in the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative. Today, as Rose said, holds particular significance for us because it is OR's 108th birthday. So this gathering is not only a scholarly convening, it is also a birthday party. It is also a moment to reflect on how his vision for an Africa that leads with intellect, courage, and conscience continues to take root in our time. OR once said, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won. Until our country is free and happy and peaceful as part of the community of man, we cannot rest." Those words, spoken decades ago in a context of political struggle, continue to guide us. But today, the fight extends beyond liberation from colonial rule and an oppressive apartheid regime. It is a fight for knowledge sovereignty, for scientific excellence rooted in African realities, and for a future where research serves the needs of its people. This is what ORTARChI represents. For us at the Foundation, this initiative is not just a tribute in name. It is a living, breathing continuation of Tambo's legacy. He believed deeply in the transformative power of education. During his years in exile, it was often through education that helped sustain hope, arranging scholarships, building relationships with universities across the world, and ensuring that South African students could learn, grow, and return to help rebuild the country. So it feels especially fitting that we meet here at Makerere University, one of Africa's most historic institutions of learning, also being not too far from the OR Tambo School of Leadership, which so greatly assisted South Africa's liberation movement. Once again, collaborating, pledging solidarity, all playing an invaluable role in the larger story of living OR's dream of Pan-African unity. Today, as we gather under the banner of the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative, we extend that same spirit of solidarity, not through arms, but through research, collaboration, and shared purpose. Allow me to express my deep gratitude to all who have made this initiative and this event possible, to Nana, Dorothy, and the dedicated team at the NRF, whose leadership and diligence continue to give life to this vision, to Promise and Belinda, whose coordination and care that this annual gathering remains a true space of community, and to Professors Nawangwe and Mayer, and the entire Makerere University team for so graciously hosting us in this remarkable setting. As partners, we are united by the simple conviction that the legacy of OR Tambo is not a monument to be admired, but a movement to be advanced. It lives wherever African scholars innovate, collaborate, and imagine new possibilities for this continent. So as we begin the 3rd annual gathering of ORTARChI, may we be inspired by Tambo's enduring belief that leadership is an act of service, and that service, when grounded in knowledge and compassion, can transform the world. Thank you, and happy birthday, OR.
Thank you, Natasha, for those remarks. Our next speaker is Dr. Dorothy Ngila, who's the Director, Knowledge and Institutional Networks at the National Research Foundation.
Good morning. Distinguished guest of honor, research and university leaders, Professor Nawangwe, colleagues from funding agencies, and members of our continental community, good morning again. When we first conceived the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative about 8 years ago, we did not begin with abundance. We began with belief that Africa's greatest resources is its people and the power of Ubuntu. I am because we are. It was with this philosophy that we shaped ORTARChI's design, a model built not on dependence, but on the deliberate pooling of resources across our institutions, our funders, and our people. ORTARChI was never meant to be a charity project. It is a strategic architecture, one that asks every partner to bring something to the table. The IDRC, NRF, DSTI, Anchor the Investment, the Oliver and Adelaide Tambo Foundation keep the memory of OR Tambo alive. The sister granting councils of the NRF across the 7 countries commit co-funding and oversight in this program. The universities guarantee the salaries of chairholders and the infrastructure to support the chairholders, and the chairholders themselves leverage resources and networks to multiply what we begin with. It is, in essence, a program that says Africa has what it takes to build excellence, but only if we do it in community. And in doing so, it has shown that even with limited means, we can produce world-class research and researchers, from postdoctoral fellows to professors, that are rooted in African realities, yet globally competitive. 8 years on, this initiative has matured into a living testament to what community-driven science can achieve. And from it, the NRF has drawn a number of powerful lessons. I wish to highlight 3. First, ORTARChI has shown us what institutional transformation looks like in practice. Before this program, the NRF primarily funded within South Africa's borders, disbursing government allocations primarily by our Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation. ORTARChI, from the very beginning, required the NRF to reimagine our identity as a funder, to see ourselves not only as a South African agency, but as a continental partner. It pushed us to begin reshaping our systems, our policies, and our people so that we can serve the research communities of the rest of Africa and the Global South in a way that makes sense. This internal work, which continues to be underway in the NRF, is deep, it is sometimes uncomfortable, but it is profoundly necessary so that we can meet that need. Secondly, ORTARChI has taught us that to fund in the Global South, to fund on our continent responsibly, we must do so through a decolonial and adaptive approach. This means recognizing context, enhancing flexibility, and really being honest about the challenges that we encounter. It means acknowledging that we are learning as we go, with humility and with courage as an organization. And in this particular gathering, as we discuss the results of the midterm review, we welcome them as an organization, as a mirror, an opportunity to refine our approach, to deepen our understanding, and to strengthen our response in a way that honors both the complexity and the diversity of the African research ecosystem. Lastly, we have learned that capacity strengthening is not an accessory to programming. It is an important act of sustainability. In fact, it is the foundation of it. For a program like ORTARChI that seeks self-reliance, capacity must grow in all the different directions, within funders, within the universities, and around the shareholders themselves. This is why our annual gatherings are so critical here in Uganda. They are not merely technical meetings. They are spaces of collective renewal where we learn, we unlearn, we co-create the environment for our shareholders, our research scholars to thrive. Because there is no chair that will be able to succeed in isolation. It takes an enabling university environment, a council that recognizes the importance of flexibility, a ministry that is able to commit the funding, and indeed a continental vision and strategy that provides the space for us to be able to implement programs such as ORTARChI. As O.R. Tambo reminded us, a nation that does not care for its youth has no future. So ORTARChI has taken that to heart, building a community of scholars and innovators who are shaping Africa's future from within, not waiting for others to define it for us. Colleagues, the path before us is not without difficulty. Many of our countries this year are feeling the sting of funding withdrawals from traditional partners. Uganda, like several others, our council in South Africa, has seen firsthand how fragile externally driven systems can be. Yet, within that challenge lies the profound opportunity to recenter our collective agency, to invest in each other, and to design our own sustainability. As we look ahead, I want to give us a call for action to all my sisters and brothers that come from our funding agencies, FNI, COSTECH, UNCST, NSTC, everyone else that I have not mentioned, FONRID, MESTI from Ghana. Please, let us reimagine our investments as funding agencies, not as grants, but as commitments to our community. Every resource that we disburse in our national systems should strengthen our own infrastructure, our own people, and our own systems across the continent. Let us invest in slow science as patient investors in long-term capability. To our university leaders, whom we would not do this work without, please enable your shareholders to be able to lead. Free them from the administrative overload. Ensure that they have the space, the laboratories, the doctoral students, the intellectual freedom to be able to innovate. Universities are the soil of ORTARChI, and when the soil is fertile, the harvest sustains generations. And to all of us that are gathered here, the builders of Africa's knowledge future, let us remember that self-reliance is not isolation. It is about standing together as a continent in solidarity, pulling what we have and believing that the collective is greater than the sum of its parts. ORTARChI remains a living example that sustainability is born out of community, out of trust, and out of shared purpose. As we gather here in Uganda, my third home, second home sometimes, a country whose scientific community has shown resilience and ingenuity in the face of shifting external tides, let this meeting remind all of us that our future is not something to be funded for us. It is something to be built by us in the continent, together, in partnership, and in Ubuntu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dorothy, for those wonderful remarks. I liked the analogy of the soil, and the harvest, we need to talk about the rain that we need. Our next speaker is Dr. Martin Ongol, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. And as you've heard, this is one of Uganda's science granting council. So we look forward to your remarks, Dr. Ongol.
The Honorable Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, our guest speaker, Honorable Dr. Ham Mukasa Mulira, Ms. Rose Msiza from the Directorate of Science, Technology and Innovation, South Africa, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, Ms. Dorothy Ngilia from National Research Foundation, the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies, and the ORTARChI research chairs present. I would like to say good morning and happy to see you here in Kampala. I will start with our journey concerning, first of all, Oliver Tambo. I remember the Ugandan educational system, especially our syllabus from 1986 to around 1990. The history component had a chapter on South African history, and one of the sections that was there was about the leaders, the great South African leaders, and one of them was Oliver Tambo. And it was quite interesting to learn about the struggle that they had with apartheid, bringing about equity. And I'm happy that we have moved from that stage to now a stage where we are talking about collaborations in science, technology, and innovation. And along that time also, we had several OBs who were here from South Africa. They studied with us in high school, but now we are not talking about studying in high school, but now we are talking of high level of scientific research and research excellence, and that is very transformative. And of course, the Oliver Tambo Africa Chairs Initiative is a very programmatic approach, and based on long term, it's a 5-year period. And of course, we are hoping that this will actually lead to a strengthened research ecosystem. And so far in Uganda, we have only one Oliver Tambo chair, but we are looking forward in future to have several Oliver Tambo chairs. And if we cannot replicate using the same formula, we can domesticate and ensure that within our research ecosystem, we have several research chairs. Within the Science Council's initiative, some countries like Tanzania have gone further to make sure that they domesticate and own and also try to replicate the research chairs initiative. And this is one of the avenues of actually transforming or strengthening Makerere University's position as a research-led university, but also bringing about research intensity. I would also like to say that beyond the ORTARChI, our collaboration with NRF has actually yielded a lot of outputs and outcomes. And this collaboration actually became more strengthened in 2015 under the Science Granting Council's initiative. And at that time, NRF was saying, yeah, we are very good in strengthening research capacity, grant making, and basically fostering research excellence. But how are our brothers in the African continent fairing. And that's when the idea of the Science Granting Council's initiative came out. And one of the products that came out is the Oliver Tambo Africa Chairs Initiative. But I would also like to state that there are several other programs that came out. One of it is the Research Management Program, which ran from 2016 to about 2020. And actually, we collaborated a lot with Makerere University, especially the School of Food Science and Biosystems Engineering. And it is through that collaboration that Uganda had the opportunity to make its first chocolate. And now the chocolate technology has been domesticated. And for our guests who have come from outside the country, at the airport, there is a stall called PASID. That's the Presidential Initiative on Agricultural Exports. So you'll find a Ugandan chocolate. You can try it. It might be unique and very tasteful. Other things that we have done includes like work on banana fiber and maize bread and made out of bran and wheat, and these has also taken shape. And now we are moving towards the third phase of the Science Granting Council initiative, where we are going to work on more bigger programs, and probably next year or so, you will be seeing some calls. But in the meantime, through this collaboration, UNCST, we have managed to get a grant of about 2 million Canadian dollars on a vaccine and diagnostics. And also through the collaboration with NRF and the SGCI initiative, the councils like UNCST and other sister councils, we have been recognized by the African Union as a key player, and we shall be working towards strengthening our impact on the science and innovation strategy 2034. And as Dorothy Ngilia from NRF mentioned, is that the funding landscape has really changed significantly, and now we are looking towards actually of ensuring that domestically we strengthen the funding mechanism. And actually, I would say that the contribution from UNCST towards the ORTARChI chair is actually being funded by Ugandan scientists. This money comes from the research registration and clearance fees, and part of it we recirculate it back to strengthening our research ecosystem. But of course, we shall have to engage more intensively with our policy makers and also ensure that we raise more revenue to strengthen. But also from Makerere University's side, you have the National Research and Innovation Fund. A few of it can be portioned towards the ORTARChI Africa Research Chairs Initiative. It's still an experiment, but an experiment that I'm confident will be scaled up and will contribute significantly to our growth and innovation. I would like to summarize my speech here, but also take an opportunity to introduce our acting executive secretary, probably for him just to say hello, because he has been in office for about a week or so, we need to get abreast.
Yeah, just like my deputy has said, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming around and being a blessing to us this morning and this week in general. My name is Dr. David Seruka. I actually work with our Honorable Minister, or at least I was 2 weeks ago, until I moved over. I work with Dr. Honorable Monica Musenero, who is our Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovation. And I'm glad to be part of this, the ORTARChI, ORTARChI partnership, the annual gathering. I'm glad to be part of this, and just like he said, I really wanted to say hi and to thank the organizers. Thank you so much, the organizers, for this gathering, and the sponsors in particular. I would like to thank you so much. I'm aware that there have been several sponsors, but they've been mentioning the NRF. Sorry, I'm still learning. But NRF, of course, the government of Uganda for hosting this gathering. Thank you, Makerere University. Professor Nawangwe, thank you for hosting us here. Our guest of honor this morning, Dr. Ham. We shall talk a bit because I have some memories back in secondary school when he was my senior in the 70s. So I'm not a young man. And yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, I will not take much more time. Thank you so much. Professor Mayor, we are glad that you're steering us on in Uganda. And like Dr. Ongola said, we'll hopefully have a few more chairs coming up, a few more researchers that will join us on this journey. I thank you so much, and I wish you a blessed time in this country for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Seruka. I hope the reason as to why Dr. Martin Ongol spoke and was on the program and not Dr. David Seruka has been resolved. I'm sure that next time we will have Dr. David Seruka speaking. I would also like to just note that Makerere University, through the Vice Chancellor and Makerere Research and Innovation Fund, is supporting this meeting. So it's not just in name. The Makerere logo is up there, not just because we are hosting, but there's been a financial contribution as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Somebody mentioned the OR Tambo School of Leadership. I'm also glad, the partnership that the school has, which pre-existed, obviously, before ORTARChI started. We have two representatives. Maybe they can just say hello. Morning. Yeah. So we will be visiting the school on Friday, and so I hope you have signed up and get ready for a long ride. It's not exactly very close. But so our next speaker is, we were not able to secure the confirmation of the Honorable Minister, partly because she's been traveling, has been in between trips, but there's also a cabinet meeting this morning. But she mentioned that she will try her best to come over at some point today. And so at that point, we will listen to her remarks. But we just wanted to move on and invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Ham Mukasa-Mulira. Is a distinguished Ugandan technocrat, academic, and policy advisor whose career spans over 3 decades at the intersection of information and communication technology, public policy, and strategic development across Africa. He's currently the Senior Presidential Advisor on ICT in the Office of the President of Uganda and has played a pivotal role in shaping Uganda's digital transformation agenda. He holds a PhD in statistical computing from the University of London and is a fellow of the Uganda National Academy of Sciences. So Dr. Hambalira, thank you very much for graciously agreeing to give us the keynote address, and we're excited and looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Well, sorry, we're doing some structural adjustment here. Sorry. No, I'm just doing this. So, our Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the new Executive Secretary of Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, Dr. Muriko, my OB, and David is my OB too, distinguished chairs from the various countries, various institutions who are here. It's really a pleasure being here because I can see, as Dr. David said, that, was it in Burkina Faso? Where were you? And then he said, we've been in Southern Africa, we've been in West Africa, let's come to East Africa. So it's really a pleasure to see all of you here. So we brought Africa, the rest of Africa, to East Africa, and particularly to Kampala and Uganda, and Makerere University. Makerere University is very dear to all of us in Africa and even in this region because it's one of the oldest, and at one point, I think it was the topmost university in the region. And in terms of medical, because I heard that a number of our distinguished participants or delegates are from the medical field. There was a lot of research which was done in medicine at Makerere University. We all went through Makerere University, both as students and also as academics. I spent some time here as a member of staff, as a lecturer in computer science and statistics, so I enjoyed my stay here. And indeed, the years have passed because I could have lost my way. I didn't know this building existed until today. However, back to my point. May I start by expressing my deep honor, gratitude to the organizers for having invited me to give a keynote address to this 2025 Oliver Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative. More so to such a distinguished audience of great academic luminaries in various fields from all across Africa. The theme for the conference this year is, as I've been told, advancing Africa's future-ready generation, leveraging science, collaboration, research, and partnerships for self-sustainability and aligned growth. My talk will be based within a sub-theme there, which is advancing Africa's future-ready generation through research, innovation, and particularly artificial intelligence, because that's the field where I mainly do come in from technology. However, before I delve into my topic, I would also like to warmly welcome all of you to Kampala and Uganda. In particular, for those who have not been here already, you're welcome. Who have been here already, you're welcome again. And those who haven't, you're most welcome. I heard Dr. David was speaking in the various languages. I would also like to, for our colleagues from Ghana, who are our colleagues from Ghana? Nice meeting you. You laugh when I say you will explain it to the rest of the delegates. The only thing I knew in Ghana is in the Twi language, and it is Mipeo. You get the joke. Mi peo. So I won't say more. But you're most welcome, all of you from wherever you have come from. And I request that you spend some time looking around our beautiful country, Uganda. I hope after the conference, or even during the conference, because you're going to visit the Oliver Tambo Center. As you go there, you'll be seeing a lot of our country, our beautiful country, and the greenery. I'm made to understand that the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative was launched in 2018 with the aim of building research and innovation capacity across Africa. It is aligned with the Africa Union's agenda, as the previous speakers have mentioned, 2063, and the STISA, which is Science, Technology, Innovation and Strategy Agenda for 2024, and fosters institutional capacity building, skills development, and research excellence. It was established, it established 10 research chairs in 7 countries. As a mathematician, it means that there is a country which has more than 1 chair. Yes, but seven countries with 10 research chairs, addressing critical challenges like climate change, public health, food and security, and ORTARChI, in particular, honors that legendary African son, Oliver Tambo, symbolizing African unity, integrity, and societal transformation. So it is good to see that we have collaboration in terms of research and beyond, as evidenced by your presence here. In my presentation, I'm going to look at maybe 3 main facets, as I was requested. First of all, to look at Uganda's ICT or technology platform, its evolution, the background. And then I will look at the emerging technologies and the AI and how they relate to research. And then finally, looking at the youth innovation and possible employment. So just a brief on Uganda's technology background. Like most countries in Africa, and in fact in the world, we assume that computers are a recent phenomenon. In fact, when people think about computers in Uganda, because of the laptops and desktops, the assumption is, and of course the people who use them are fairly younger, not Gen Z, but Gen X or somewhere there. So they assume that these are very recent technologies. However, I'll mention that in Uganda, the first computer came in 1965, when half the room here was not born, and the other half was. Anyway, in 1965, the first computer, which was a mainframe, a large computer, was installed in Uganda at the Ministry of Finance. And this was mainly to work on processing government payroll and accounts. The people employed were specialized, highly specialized people who were in systems analysis, data entry operations, actual computer operations, computer programming, and the like. These were highly skilled, trained people who could use these machines, not the general public. And of course, therefore, this was a black box, completely detached from the general public. And that's why people did not even know that they existed. Government employees were getting their salaries. They didn't know that these were through computers. They're getting government accounts. They didn't know they were through computers. Then around 1968 up to 1979, that's where more institutions obtained computers. These included, for instance, the Electricity Board, which was responsible for supplying electricity to the country. So they were using it for billing. Makerere University, our university here, also got one, which was used for training. That's where many of us were initially introduced to computers. And training and also admissions were done using computers. And of course, various research and data processing activities. And Ministry of Education for marking exams using optical character recognition and so on, and information storage. Between 1983 and 1986, the advent of microcomputers meant that many more institutions could actually now afford to acquire computers. So they bought computers. But as we shall see later, buying computers and using computers are two different things. In fact, I'll mention here the previous Vice Chancellor, when some of us, I had just come back from my master's, and I was here. Then, I don't know if Professor Nawangwe remembers Mr. Khan, who was the university bursar here. Because of the microcomputers coming into society, that university bursar, he went to one of the UN agencies, I think it was UNICEF, the offices, and he found a desktop. It wasn't even a desktop. They were called Osborne computers. They were portable computers. They were not really desktops, but they were portable, as opposed to the mainframes, before the PCs actually came into existence in circulation. So Mr. Khan, he saw that computer there, and they were using it for word processing. He was fascinated. When he came back, he didn't even tell the Vice Chancellor, but he decided, since he was the bursar, he asked the UNICEF gentleman, where did you buy this? And he said, somewhere, whatever. So what he did was to use university money, and he told him to get him 2 of those. So he brought the 2 computers. Like I said, buying computers is not the same thing as using computers. So when he bought these 2 computers, he brought them, and he decided to keep them in his house. And he would switch them on occasionally and look at them. They had a small screen, and he wondered, what are we going to do? So he didn't know what to do. He got one of the people who used to work in the computer center here at Makerere when we were students. So he got him and he asked him, can you come and help me use my computer? And the gentleman asked him, where is it? And he said, in my living room. He said, it can't be a computer, because how can it be in your living room? The computer center was a big thing. And he said, no. And he went there and he looked at it, and it looked like a toy. And yet he had seen it working in UNICEF. So this gentleman told him, there are some young men, it was me and my colleague. He said, these young men have just come back. Maybe ask them if they can use it. So we went, we looked at it, and of course we could make use of it. And he said, make it do anything, because he had spent university money and he didn't know how to explain buying something which was not going to be used for anything. So anyway, to cut it short, he said, write a payroll for the university. So we wrote a payroll on that system. And then he got it from his home. Then he put it now in the accounts department. And then it ran the payroll for those few years at the time. But it was quickly overtaken by the proliferation of personal computers, desktop computers. Now, in 1987, the concept of computer networking, in other words, computers sharing resources, created a shared storage and processing resource in a localized establishment. Banks, parastatals, hospitals, and the like could utilize them for various activities. These were called local area networks. And therefore, there was an exponential growth of computers in society. In the 1990s, the connectivity grew to create wide area computing, connectivity across, not a localized space, but across maybe cities or towns, and even geographical regions. And furthermore, the introduction of laptops meant that mobile computing was possible. You could move and still be computing as you're moving. Now, because of this proliferation, even the need for specialized training, which we talked about earlier, reduced. And as I said, the other gentleman who was working in the computer center, he was immediately de-skilled by these small machines coming, and then there was no use for the large machines. He was de-skilled. And this is the danger, as we shall see later, of automation or computerization. He was de-skilled. But he was a clever guy, like all others. He decided to be re-skilled. And this is what, when we talk about innovation and change, instead of being de-skilled and losing jobs, we reskill and create new types of jobs. So then in the 2000s, the birth of the internet created a complete shift in the usage of technology, in that computers could connect and share resources from anywhere on the globe. During this period, there was a proliferation of computers in society. And people had started using these mainly for word processing, spreadsheets, presentations, and some statistical analysis for research. Then the mid-20s, given the inevitable use of computers in the general public, government and private sectors, there was need to have a streamlined, controlled, and regulated environment on the usage of these technologies. Furthermore, the information technologies, that is, those used for capturing, processing, and storing data, and then the communication technologies, which are the ones transmitting that information, they merged into what now we call ICT, which is information and communication technologies combined. This was the beginning of aspects of government providing services to citizens. So we have government to citizens, government to business, government to itself in terms of what they call e-government. And there was need there for harmonizing data structures so that these machines could talk to each other or handshake. Hence, there was a need for policies to be introduced and monitored for compliance. It is in light of the above that the Uganda government decided to establish a dedicated arm to handle these aspects, and this was the Ministry of ICT. I was honored to be tasked to be the pioneer minister of this ministry and effectively to set it up from scratch, which was a very daunting but very fruitful, challenging experience. The ministry is responsible for regulating the communication sector in terms of telecom licensing and monitoring services, ensuring compliance, providing ITC services for government, amongst other duties. The ministry established what we call a fiber optic backbone, national fiber optic backbone, which connects the entire nation to create affordable connectivity across the country. In addition, there was need to establish the legal infrastructure within which usage of these were required. So there was what we call the cyber laws. This is just a brief synopsis of the history of technology in Uganda, how it has evolved over time and changed people's vocations. But there are certain interesting things to note amongst there. The evolution of these technologies from the multi-million-dollar machines down to the few $100 laptops meant the public could utilize these in very many different aspects, beyond word processing, beyond spreadsheets, using them for communication, using them for teleconferencing and the like. But for you as researchers, using them to assist you in your research as machines. I think in the past it would be like you use them, say, for statistical analysis. When you have your data and you want to do statistical analysis, you can use them, you go home with it and you analyze your data. You can capture your data in the field and so on for research. Later, we're going to see in AI, some of these things have changed slightly, as we shall see. So, therefore, an evolution of jobs and skills required. They evolved. The other computer operator was now using PCs, and he could use them proficiently. Not as a computer. The computer operator used to be, he's the one who switches it on, he's the one who puts the tapes and etc. But now he was using a laptop for other things, helping researchers before they could do things by themselves. Now, it meant that technologies disrupted traditional services also because of the internet. You have things like the postal services, which we took for granted. They were taken over by email services. And handheld multipurpose devices like mobile phones could also be used to perform some of these activities. Therefore, we transcended even the laptops and got to a stage where now we're using handheld devices. So in the 2020s, like around now, we're talking about the internet and how it has transformed the way we lead our lives and how we do things. The widespread access to the internet using any digital device, anytime, anywhere, anyhow, has made it possible for it to be the devices of choice for usage in society. If we look at what has happened within the last 30 years, as Professor David mentioned when I started, I've spent 30 years in there. I've seen the evolution, where we started and where we are. They're miles apart, they're light years apart. And the way technology has moved in the last 30 years, I think, and the way society has changed in the last 30 years, I think is multiple times than the way society moved since the beginning of man up to 30 years ago. So in the last 30 years, we have achieved too many new innovations and ideas beyond what was done between when man started up to the time of 30 years ago. Now, applications such as Google have made it possible to access knowledge and information about almost anything humans can think about. The fact that it can also be accessed from anywhere, anytime, anyhow, makes it an inevitable useful tool. People can communicate using email, WhatsApp, Facebook, share ideas, experiences, and light moments using Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and the like. They say that the internet is actually the total sum of human knowledge. Total sum of human knowledge. However, a more robust practical usage of these technologies could be in fields, your fields, telemedicine, online education, teleconferencing, electronic commerce, telemarketing, etc. In the early 2020s, the concept of artificial intelligence was vigorously introduced into the ICT arena. And the next part of my talk will quickly be talking about to cover artificial intelligence, big data, and emerging technologies. When we talk about big data, first of all, what do we understand by the term intelligence? In Amin's time, those who know, intelligence meant something very different. Professor Nawang knows. Intelligence meant his henchman who is to make people disappear. He had an intelligence system. But what do we mean by intelligence to regard to humans? For instance, what defines intelligence? What is it that we assume that humans are intelligent? A monkey is intelligent. A dog's intelligent. I think they are. Because a dog, if you open a door a few times and it sees you opening the door, next time it will try and open that door itself, which means there's a learning process. There's some intelligence there. The mangoes, I'm not sure if they are intelligent, but you never know. The researchers in agriculture here could tell us probably. So, what is intelligence? I'll define it in a moment. But before doing so, what is thinking? Because the two are connected. What is thinking? And I can predict, I don't know what you're thinking about right now, all of you here. But now I know what you're thinking about. How? Because as soon as I said, I don't know what you're thinking about, but I know what you're thinking about. Now you're thinking about thinking. So I know you're thinking about thinking right now. So how do we define thinking? Well, it can be defined as the mental activity. Maybe there's some neurosurgeons here. may be defined as the mental activity of using your brain to process information, reason, solve problems, make decisions, and create ideas. Creating ideas is part of innovation. So what is intelligence? Intelligence is the ability to learn or understand or to deal with new or trying situations. It's the skilled use of reason, the ability to apply knowledge, to manipulate one's environment, or think in the abstract. There's an interesting quote, which I like, which says about intelligence. It says, it is not because you think you know everything without questioning. It is actually, rather, it's because you question everything you know. And I think as researchers, it's not thinking that you know everything without questioning. It's actually questioning what you think you know. And this is what research is all about. Questioning what you think you know, and then leading to innovation. Artificial intelligence, therefore, is a revolutionary technology that continues to make strides within society due to its transformative impacts across diverse sectors, including healthcare, education, research, business, agriculture, to name but a few. It includes subfields as natural language processing, computer vision, robotics, and more. So artificial intelligence is proper definition, is an extensive branch of computer science dedicated to creation of systems or machines that mimic human-like intelligent behavior. These intelligent machines are designed with the ability to process information effectively, learn from past experiences, adapt to new, familiar situations. In many ways, the development of AI can be likened to nurturing the cognitive growth of a human child. By learning, nurturing, then restores. You know, if a child, I don't know how the human brain thinks. I'm sure there are experts in here who can tell us more, but we know what responses happen. If a child touches a hot kettle the first time and it burns them, they'll remove their hand. They will not touch it again. Why? Because they've stored something in their brain, an experience which they recall, and it stops them from doing the same thing again. So, therefore, AI leverages a range of learning algorithms, which are instructions, rules, and techniques. These allow machines to learn, reason, and self-correct just like humans. One of the AI practitioners stated that artificial intelligence is not about creating robots to replace humans. It's about building machines that can enhance human capabilities, fostering a synergistic relationship between human and technology. So we can't think of it as it's there and we're here. We work with it. And as researchers, as you go on, you'll be using more and more of artificial intelligence. I'm sure many of you are also already using it. Now, artificial intelligence systems utilize various specialized techniques to mirror human intelligence. I talked about natural language processing. It aims at understanding human language. When you speak, it answers. It responds to your voice. Siri, Siri, and all those, they respond to your machine language, which enables systems to learn and improve from experience. Like the child learns by touching, so there are algorithms which teach the machine to learn from experience. Then there are expert systems. These simulate human decision-making. This is simple decision-making, but there could be decision-making in terms of diagnosing a patient. Those are expert systems. Then we have robotics. They combine these features which I've just mentioned, but coupled with the mechanical side of it, looking as humans. Then computer vision. This enables machine to interpret and comprehend visual information. For example, object recognition, facial recognition, etc. Then you have neural networks, which are the most complex. These are algorithms inspired by the structure and function of the human brain. We shan't go into those. Now, each of these, because of the limited time, was given not 7 minutes, but 7 times something. That I would show you examples of, for instance, the distinguished audience, I want to say, when we look at computer vision recognition, you can have the misuse of artificial intelligence in many ways. Even natural language processing and speech recognition. All these can be misused or abused. Technology, like anything, can be used for the good or for the bad. Because even a screwdriver, you can use it to fix this speaker. And you can also use it to poke somebody's stomach. So, unfortunately, artificial intelligence, since it came with all these attributes, people have decided to use the illegal or negative side of artificial intelligence rather than the positive side. This is where I'm going to request that you, as researchers, you use it more and more from your perspectives, which is, of course, the positive usage of AI. What I mean is that you can have vision. I have a picture. There's Kamala Harris. She was the presidential candidate. I took a picture of Kamala Harris, a photograph, just a photograph, and a picture of me. And I used artificial intelligence, and we bonded. I can show it to you at some stage. So I've never met Kamala Harris, but we hugged with Kamala Harris from artificial intelligence. Now, the kind of misuse of that, because I can take a picture of anybody with anybody else and say that they were together, and yet they weren't. Same thing with speech recognition. I can pick your voice and take a sample of your voice. You say a few phrases for like 25 seconds or 30 seconds or 1 minute for clearer accuracy. You read a passage, then your voice pattern is stored. And then I can even type words. And then those words will be read in your voice. Think of the kind of repercussions those can create. Because it says, you said it. This is you. I won't go any further in there. But in order to facilitate machine learning and make machines artificially intelligent, we expose them to vast amounts of data, enabling them to identify patterns and make predictions based on acquired knowledge. As a result, machines have unparalleled ability to analyze high-dimensional data, surpassing human capabilities. It can sieve through a lot of data. That's why many of you who may have used ChatGPT, you ask it something, and it will respond almost instantaneously. You ask it to give a paper on climate change with my photo on there, by asking it, write a paper on climate change with my photo and my credentials, and it will write it and even put your photo there. Because of the big data, all of you here have a digital footprint. Once you have used Gmail, once you have used WhatsApp, WhatsApp is encrypted, it's a bit okay, but Gmail and so on, you've stored things somewhere in the net. it will pick all that information and utilize it in the context within which you want. And therefore, it can be abused or used properly. Now, the large amounts of data are referred to as big data. And this refers to the vast and complex data sets that traditional data processing tools cannot handle effectively. This is characterized by volume, velocity, variety, and veracity, which is accuracy, and value, usefulness. And that is critical data. So artificial intelligence is not merely a complex scientific term. It's an influential force driving transformations in our everyday lives. We interact with AI in various forms, from voice assistants like Siri on our phones, and recommendation algorithms, where can I get a cheap air ticket, where can I, etc., things like that. As we embrace AI, we're also faced with the subsequent ethical dilemmas, the need to ensure privacy, prevent bias, and ensure its use for the collective good. As we stand on the cusp of technological revolution, these issues call for thoughtful discussions and decisive actions. Yet, with all its complexities, the potential of AI is undeniably immense. It promises to streamline operations, enhance productivity, deliver unprecedented insights by deciphering complex data patterns. Just as we saw in the evolution of computers earlier, each emerging technology, there has to be a change in skill set requirements. When cars were invented, shrewd horse wagon drivers learned how to drive cars. Those who refused to learn how to drive cars, they were thrown off the market. In other words, technology does not necessarily have to de-skill people, as I've mentioned earlier. What is required is a reskilling of people to be able to adopt and adapt to the new normal. Sometimes they said, AI shall not replace professional people. Although you can get a legal opinion by going to ChatGPT. It will give you a legal opinion. Therefore, the lawyer, you save on the lawyer. You pay on data. But nevertheless, the lawyer will not be replaced. It says, AI shall not replace professional people. Even medicine. Medicine, we have a lot of people using technology to diagnose themselves. Of course, you as the medical people, you know better that if there is a pain in here, you know that maybe it's not just an upset stomach. It could be something serious, something etc., etc. But people go and they diagnose, they even buy the medicine, and they don't get better, and so on. So, but he said, AI shall not replace professional people, but professional people who don't use AI shall be replaced. So now, lesson learned from our experience in shaping our ICT infrastructure, before I move to the last part. There are many lessons learned in shaping ICT landscape. In the beginning, people did not understand computers and what they could be used for. The University of Basa example. Institutions would buy computers and give them to top executives, so that because they look good on the desk, when you enter the boss's office, there's a computer, but he doesn't even know how to use it. And it's just switched on and cleaned every day. Then over the years, that's handed down to the next layer of staff, and the next layer over the years. Before you know it, the institution is full of computers of several different generations, and they are there as stock. And therefore, there's a need. Eventually, some years, the institution finds itself there for several computers, but without knowing what exactly to use them apart from word processing. Ultimately, the various other uses for creating efficiency in the organization were realized. Hence, there would be need for IT organizational strategy, which many institutions used. And this situation evolved over time until all organizations learned about the utility. In establishing systems across government, other institutions, some people in higher echelons would be reluctant to learn We have, and I'm sure in many countries, because this is a common thing, you know the IFMS, the Integrated Financial Management System. I think it exists in many countries. It is the payment system for government. And it's hierarchical. Somebody initiates, then somebody approves, and somebody else, and so on, until it gets to the top. Now, people at the top, they will be reluctant. They don't want to learn computers, but they're the ones who approve. So if they don't learn, then we have an error in computer terms. We call it XDS3/15. And what it is, change user. If somebody is reluctant to learn, then change the user. In other words, remove that user and get somebody who will be using that. But eventually people learned and they were using them. We had here, for instance, another example, we had Blackberries. You remember Blackberries? The Blackberries, they were the first phones which were push email. In other words, you don't have to log in or anything. The email comes directly to your phone. And we were getting the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Uganda. Then, part of their requirements, they said we have to have Blackberries because all these delegates from the 50 so many countries are going to want to use their Blackberries. So, in Uganda, the telecom companies had to have that facility, to provide that facility. When we called them, they said they are not planning to in the near future because it was a huge investment in the back end. So they said they're not going to introduce them. But the Commonwealth was strict on getting us to ensure that there are Blackberries in Uganda. So we asked them, actually we did, I think it's a management technique. There were 3 main companies. We called them, each one, independently into our boardroom in the ministry. So we say, company A, come at 10 o'clock. And we're going to be with them for 1 hour. And then company B, come at 11 o'clock. Company C, come at 12 o'clock. So the company A walks in, they think they're the only ones who have been invited. And then, as they're walking out, they see the other company sitting there. Then they feel, oh, what are they doing here? Then, as those ones are walking out, they see company C also sitting there. Then they became jittery. Then they were calling us. Supposing we negotiated. So it wasn't us calling them, it was them calling us. And we said, okay, what do you want to talk about? They say, if you as government, if you invested in a certain number of Blackberries, then we'll invest in the back end because it will create that demand. So we said, okay, we'll buy Blackberries for all the top government officers, the ministers, the vice chancellors, the PSCs, all. So there were quite a number of Blackberries for one company. And then the other company says, how many did those people say? Can we also provide an equivalent number or even more? And so we managed to introduce Blackberries in the country. That was one side of the equation. When we looked at the other side of the equation, we gave the ministers Blackberries. And you know, they had a nice pouch here, if you remember. You remember it? So it looked like they were cowboys or Clint Eastwood or something. So they'll put them here and they walk with them. And then after some time, we were asking, where's your Blackberry? It was too complicated. I left it with my son, who's in A-levels, things like that. Because the idea was that these ministers, vice chancellors, PSCs, it does not matter because you go to the minister's office, they tell you he's out of the country for 2 weeks, so you can't contact him. And he's not going to check his email because it's the personal assistant who checks the email. But with the Blackberry, it doesn't matter. Even if he's in transit, he'll receive that email and he'll be able to action on that. So, much as we got the Blackberries, the people to use them were not using them. Another thing, when we set up the national fiber optic backbone, we had a video conferencing facility. This is way before WhatsApp, Skype and so on. So all government offices, including State House, they are connected so that we don't have to move You know, when you have, say, a cabinet meeting, our State House is in Entebbe. Entebbe, that's where you landed when you were coming. And it's about maybe, what, 30 kilometers from Kampala? So, when there is a cabinet meeting, all the ministers get into their vehicles, drive down to Entebbe for the cabinet meeting, spend the day there and so on. Now, with the conferencing, they didn't have to move. They're in their office. When they say the cabinet is starting at 9, they just log on, and they're in cabinet. And when it ends, they just log out, and they're in their office, and then they continue. They don't spend, like today, I spent 1 hour driving from my home to here. You know, in that 1 hour, I could have flown from here to Nairobi. And I live in Kampala, not outside Kampala. So imagine 50 ministers driving in the traffic. Those ministerial man hours lost in the traffic, which could be saved by logging in. And then most of the ministries, they were looking at them as fancy gadgets, end of story. Now, a major lesson, therefore, was learned that technology without sociology is a wasted investment. Technology without sociology is a wasted investment. People have to be taught how to effectively use and appreciate the technology in the context of whatever human activity they're doing. In your case, in research. By just having AI, it's of no use. Now, finally, as I conclude, somebody told me that when you're like halfway through your speech, you say, as I conclude. No, I'm not halfway. No. Sorry. The importance of empowering youth through research, innovation, and strategic foresight. The role of youth in shaping the future is undeniable. Their energy, innovation, and creativity drive progress and foster positive change. As societies, we face unprecedented challenges. Climate change, economic inequality, technology disruption, we've talked like the post office and the like. Young people are proving that the solutions for tomorrow are in their hands. Some of them don't even know that the post office existed. It's a fact. They don't know this phone where you were, because they gave them the phone and they didn't know what to do with it. So where's the screen? And some of them, when they were given a video, they didn't know what it was. So that's how fast things have moved. But to us here, we know, we used these, we know what a video was, the video decks, and so on. So, but them, where they're starting from a position of no historical background. So therefore, the future is in their hands for innovation and research. In the 21st century, young people are more globally connected than ever. Access to digital platforms has enabled them to mobilize, advocate, and innovate on a scale unimaginable just a few decades ago. With technology at their fingerprints, they leverage social media, artificial intelligence, and entrepreneurship to create real-world solutions. Their impact is especially visible in grassroots activism. Across the world, young leaders are working with their communities to address pressing issues, access to education, healthcare, and clean water. These local initiatives demonstrate that meaningful change does not always require large-scale movements. It can start with small steps and grow into bigger ones. In Africa, the youth have become quite innovative in areas which addressed our local indigenous requirements. And I think the ORTARChI is addressing research in our local indigenous requirements. Given our environment-based, our economic environment, our infrastructure environment etc., and socio-economic environment. One of the first groundbreaking innovation using technology was the money transfers using technology. This is the mobile money. I don't know, in South Africa, do you have mobile money? You do? Because, you know, in economies where plastic money was working, there was probably not very much need for mobile money. Like in Europe, you don't expect to have mobile money because they use plastic. But in our societies, not everybody is banked. Even if they're banked, not everybody will be given a credit card or an ATM card. But there had to be ways of using technology to transfer funds, to make transactions, to grow, to develop. So mobile money was invented in Kenya, and it has transformed the way we work. And it has also disrupted the banking sector tremendously. Uganda, through the Ministry of Science and Technology, established ICT hubs as part of the digital revolution and leading to its agenda towards a knowledge-based economy. There are several hubs. I'll just mention a few of what these deal in. They do in ICT research and innovation, startup acceleration and mentorship, capacity building, hosting tech-focused conferences, and nurturing next generation of software engineers and tech entrepreneurs and the likes. Therefore, our Ministry of Science and Technology, whose mandate is to mobilize, coordinate, and provide strategic oversight and policy guidance to scientists and stakeholders along prioritized industrial value chains, that's its mandate. It supports these hubs and other initiatives. I would like to emphasize the need for continuing research in areas which are relevant to Africa's needs. One time, when it was actually in the National Council, Uganda National Academy of Sciences. We're in a conference, the National Academy of Sciences, and I was giving a talk like now, and then I mentioned, when I was doing my master's in the UK, one of my colleagues, who was a lady from somewhere else in Europe, she was doing her second master's. And I asked her, what did you do for your first master's? This was in mathematics. And she said, I studied the behavior of Gaffer numbers on the boundaries of Banach spaces. It was Greek. So I said, now, if you had a Ugandan or a Ghanaian or a South African or a Botswana studying the behavior of Gaffer numbers on the boundaries of Banach spaces, and then comes back with a master's, he's got a master's, but what relevance is it to his environment? Up till now, I'm still trying to find out what Banach spaces and Gaffer numbers. And then I thought, maybe a Ugandan could study the behavior of Gaffer numbers inside, not on the boundaries, but inside the Banach spaces. Maybe that would be more relevant to Uganda, whatever it is. So research has to be relevant to our needs. We have spent so long being net consumers of products, services, and ideas from the rest of the world. We should be able to meet our own needs whilst also providing for the rest of the world where possible. As per Thomas L. Friedman, who said, the world is flat. You've read the book. The world is flat. Thomas Friedman, he wrote a book called The World is Flat. In other words, it's like it takes two to tango. If you can't tango, you can't dance with your partner. So the world is flat. There's an equalizer, and technology has created that equalizer. For us to talk to somebody in the US right now using your smartphone, he also has to have a smartphone so that they can handshake. In other words, we are not behind in terms of technological infrastructure. But it seems we're behind in terms of what we use that to serve our communities, which is the research which we need to do. So the world is flat, in loose terms, meaning it takes two to tango. You need the same type of technology to communicate or collaborate with the rest of the world. And we do have that technology. How we use it for innovation and research is really up to us. As I conclude, this time it's not halfway. As I conclude, I would once again like to thank you all, the organizers, for having invited me to give this address, and also commend you for the collaborative research across the various academic institutions and fields, academic fields, through the OR Tambo Research Chairs Initiative, ORTARChI. Congratulations. We look forward to the outputs of your collaborative research, which is relevant to our needs here and which is going to change our society and livelihoods of our people. With those few remarks, I would like to wish you all fruitful deliberations and solutions to Africa's problems and beyond, with a joyful stay in Uganda. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Mulira. And I think those remarks were perfectly timed and very relevant for our meeting this morning and tomorrow. I think Honorable Mulira highlighted the history and evolution of ICT in Uganda. There are things I did not know, and now I do know. The importance of learning and enhancing artificial intelligence for research, I think, is something we have to learn. It's scary when you said there's a change user option. I think many people who have been around a little longer tend to adapt less easily, but we hope that the research chairs and their trainees will learn to adapt. I think one interesting thing was how, as you were speaking, I thought, the government plan for the virtual infrastructure backbone must have been accelerated by the pandemic because it became obvious that you had to switch and start using other platforms for meetings. The next generation and ORTARChI, I think that was really important to hear. The fundamental aspects of the ORTARChI initiative are really to train the next generation. And that next generation must, by all means, adapt to what is new. I have a short story to tell, though. A couple of months ago, I introduced my wife to DeepSeek, thinking it was the best thing that ever happened. And then I think last week or the other week, she was curious and, punched in my name, who is David Mayer. And the response she got back, up to now, I'm still trying to figure out how that happened. Apparently, I'm a renowned neurosurgeon in Uganda. We will not even go down the path of who I am married to. My wife and I are still having that conversation. Somebody totally different. But I think it highlights the importance of, what are the best platforms to use. And particularly for research, I think just the danger of where are you collecting your information and how accurate is it. I think those are key things that we need to remember. Please join me in thanking Honorable Mulira again for a wonderful speech. Oh, he hasn't concluded. Please, by all means.
distinguished delegates, I don't want to say the word as I conclude again, because but as you heard right at the beginning, that our anticipated guest of honor was not able to be here with us this morning. So I was requested to stand in those shoes, mine are size 11, but stand in those shoes of Honorable Dr. Musenero, and it's therefore my great honor to welcome you again to this 25th ORTARChI annual gathering. And therefore, I wish to officially open it and declare it open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And now we will move on to the next part of our program, I believe just before the break. I'd like to invite Dr. Manekas Baloy, who is faculty at Eduardo Mondlane University. He's really going to speak to us about the Africa that we want. There you go, please. You're very welcome.
Morning, Vice-Chancellor. Morning, directors and representative of SGC, childholders, friends, fellows, change makers. Probably you are asking what I'm doing here, speaking about the Africa we want. I even asked myself, which kind of Africa we really want? But I would like to start with a question. What kind of Africa are we actually building? Are we building in Africa that generate knowledge, or that one waits for validation from outside? In Africa that defines its own research priorities, or that one simply follows donor agenda? Another Africa can be that one that invests in science, has a foundation of progress, or that one that treats research as a lecture. I often tell to my students, and I'll repeat it here today for you, there's no development without research. Even we want to develop, but if we're not doing research, we can't develop. Because research is an ancestor to development. It is a development. It's an engine that drives innovation, foundation to sovereignty. And it's a key to success if we truly want to compete in global economy. So, this morning, I don't bring answers. So, don't expect answer from my side, which Africa we want. But I bring provocation, question to make us reflect on how we shape self-sustaining, collaborative, and global Africa competitive. So, what does the Africa we want really mean? We use this phrase often, but are we mean the same thing in Mozambique, in South Africa, Botswana, Burkina Faso, and so on? It's written only in our policy documents or lived in our laboratories, classroom, and sometimes in our community, because we have a dream. But for me, the Africa we want is one where research drives every major decision, and where innovation creates jobs, not just academic articles, and where knowledge becomes
our most powerful export, because we can. But across the continent, we still see research underfunded, undervalued, and often disconnected from the needs of our people. We still depend on data collection from outside, technology designed elsewhere, on systems that do not fully fit in our context. So I ask, how can we expect a transformation when we outsource the very thinking behind it? How we can talk about independence if you are not intellectual self-reliance? The Africa we must first be, the Africa we want must first be the Africa that thinks for itself. We can talk about the role of African institutions, and sometimes I ask to myself, are we transforming or just conforming? Our universities should be engines of transformation, and they are. But too often, these engines, without food, we have brilliant minds working in environment constrained by bureaucracy, limited funding, lack of infrastructure, outdated system. And we talk about excellence. Yes, excellence matters, but excellence for what purpose? Are we producing knowledge that changes lives, or knowledge that fill shelves? And when we talk with our fellows, say, this year I published one article. I have in my career 20 articles, but how can these articles change the life of our people? Across Africa, we see incredible examples of transformation. ORTARChI is one of them. We have also another example, African Centers of Excellence, that driving regional cooperation. Africa researchers publishing world-class work that solving African problems. These examples prove something, but something very simple, but powerful. When Africa are trusted, connected, and funded, we can deliver. But trust comes with responsibility. Are we doing enough to mentor our postdocs, to support women scientists? I'm happy. I was one of the focal points during the preparation of ORTARChI. And today when I saw the program, I'm happy because I saw that we have a chair. One of the chairs that we have was one of our co-chairs. It's a woman. This proves that we need to trust women in the science, because men is not, I can say, more intelligent than women. The only things that we need is to give the same opportunity. So, are we building long-term ecosystem or just short-term projects? And we talk about collaboration. And there's the question. Are we competing or cooperating? Because let's be honest. Too often we compete for the same grants, the same recognitions, the same limited resources within Africa, within the country, within the university. Meanwhile, for my opinion, our real competitors in another continents are collaborating, building network, and setting global research agendas. And we can do the same to grow as Africa. So here's my provocation. What if we stop at competing with each other and start competing together as Africa? Because we can raise one voice, one research, and one agenda. Imagine shared laboratory across borders. Imagine African open access data platform. Or imagine joint doctoral program with Lusophone, Francophone, and Anglophone university. Because, as someone told me once, isolated brilliance may win prizes, but connected excellence builds nations. And what we need is to build one nation called Africa. This is not a dream, it's a choice. And we're here to choose. It's a strategic choice to build what I call networked excellence, the backbone of self-sustaining Africa, because it's possible. And we talk about align our research with Agenda 2063 and African Continental Free Trade Area. The agenda speaks of a purpose Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. And the Continental Free Trade Areas envision one market, one voice, and one future. But I ask, where is the research in these conversations? Where are the scientists when the trade agreements are designed, when budgets are decided, when a policy are drafted? If research is not embedded in policy, it becomes irrelevant. If science does not inform trade and industry, it remains isolated from society. We must build bridge between research, policy, and enterprise. For example, in my area, aquaculture, we can inform sustainable fish trade under African Continental Free Trade Area. State on renewable energy can guide Africa's transformations to green economies. And social science can help shape inclusive policy that reduce inequity. Science must serve society. That's how we make research matters. And we can talk also about youth, equity, indigenous knowledge, whose voice matters. Africa is the youngest continent in the world. But are we letting our young scientists lead? I don't think so. Are we creating space where they can innovate, they can risk and grow? If we keep telling to our youth, wait for their chance, they will take their talents elsewhere, and we cannot afford that. Because if you have a brilliant mind and you're in a place that they don't use this mind elsewhere, you will go and will prove that you are good. And what about the gender equity? Can we speak on innovation when half of our populations remains underrepresented in science leadership? Diversity is not just a finest, it's full of creativity. And then, indigenous knowledge. And for me, this is the wisdom that has sustained our communities for generations. Why do we dismiss it because it doesn't fit in Western models? Why not integrate it respectful, scientifically in our modern system? Because it's possible. It's our knowledge, and we can't lose it. Imagine combining traditional land management with digital mapping, or linking ancestral aquaculture practices in my area with genomic research. That's what it means to decolonize science through integration, not exclusion. So, the other question is, what must change now? So, I know that the program gave me about 25 minutes, but I want us to think in the Africa we want. So, let me leave 6 provocations for actions, 6 questions that we must keep asking ourselves if we are serious about transformations. Because all of us, we dream with one Africa. All time we dream from Africa that we are seeing today, through ORTARChI. And it's our turn now to think or to dream with the Africa we want. First, who funds our research and who defines its purpose? We need strong African lead funding mechanisms like SGC, and we need to define with our policymakers which kind of science or which priorities we want if we want to become an Africa that doesn't depend from the others. The second question, are we investing in infrastructure or improving with patience alone? No researcher can thrive without basic tools of excellence. And when we talk about ORTARChI, we talk about excellence. Do we reward collaboration or competition? Our system must value teamwork and collective impact. And we see in this program teamwork and this collaborative impact. The other question, is the policy listening to research? We must translate evidence into laws, into programs, into practice. Do we see innovation as a process or as a product? So here, our research must connect it to entrepreneurs, industry, and community. How do we measure success? Publication matter, yes, no doubt. But transformation is the true measure of success. If our research transforms and changes lives, this is a success. So, colleagues, the Africa we want will not be built by wishful thinking. It will be built by courage action, and all of us are calling to these actions. By research who refuse to work in silos, by policymakers who trust science, and the funders who invest in long-term projects. The world will not wait for Africa to catch up. We must define our own scientists' destiny, or others will define it for us. So, I leave you with a final provocation. What if in 10 years from now, Africa no longer looked outside for knowledge or validation, but stood proudly as a global source of ideas, because it's possible. Global source of innovations, global source of inspirations. That is, my friends, is the Africa we want. And that is the Africa we must build together as a team, together as Africa. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boloi, for that thought-provoking speech. I think we all should be thinking about the Africa that we want. You know, are we transformed or conformed? Is our research catalyzing societal change? Very important questions. I believe it's O.R. Tambo who said lack of opportunity does not mean lack of capability. And I think when we think about the gender equity, those are the questions that we should have in mind. I would also like to think from your remarks that South Africa has heavily invested in the Research Chairs Initiative, and perhaps that's one of the reasons they have the largest portfolio of research funding. But it's been a very intentional investment in this Research Chair Initiative. And to the Vice Chancellor, perhaps Mark Reef should start rethinking this model of how research funding is currently being awarded and perhaps having the beginnings of research chairs. Somebody talked about me feeling alone, and I am very lonely in this space of a research chair, because we're just learning what it means. And yeah, I think from the National Council of Science and Technology, it might be good to just think about how we can develop the initiative of research chairs in Uganda. I liked your comment about science should sit at the policy tables in Africa. I think many times science sort of takes second place, and so I think that's a really important consideration for the policymakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're running a little bit behind, but we'll probably entertain 2 or 3 questions before we head out to the break. And for our guests from Burkina Faso, I have not forgotten you. Pa Sekie. I hope you're enjoying the rest of the meeting. So I don't know if there are any specific questions for I think it's mostly the keynote speaker or reactions perhaps to the keynote speaker and to the thought provocation by Dr. Baloy. Oh yes, there's one there. Where the microphones, do we have the microphones? Yeah. So I think there's a comment there. We also have a few people online, I believe. No? Actually, the guest of honor had requested for the Zoom link, I think, while she waits. I'm not sure whether she, I think she will still come here physically. I don't think she will. Yes, I think we have one question or comment there, and then there's another one, yeah. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Now, the question was posed as to the Africa we want. I want us just to rewind a little bit and ask ourselves, what kind of Africa would ORTARChI want? What kind of Africa would Kwame Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere want? That should be the kind of Africa that we should have in mind. Now, over the time, and this question I will put to the IT experts. We've seen a lot of countries, Nigeria, Kenya, Botswana, South Africa, putting satellites into the space. And these are supposed to gather a lot of information that is very, very important for us. Now, we will also remember that previously we had communication infrastructure, Tazara Railway, we have got East African Community, the rails and all that kind of system. Now that we have got this infrastructure for communication, for information technology and information sharing, how much are we using these facilities to help us integrate Africa, to help us generate data that can help us move to the next level? Because my answer to the questions I asked, the vision is that we should have integrated Africa. How are the data that we are gathering now helping us integrate Africa and as a source of wealth that can help Africa move to the next level? So I'm specifically talking about information sharing in the context of the satellites that we have put in the space. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think there might be a response to that comment, but maybe Dr. Seruka, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, the two speakers.
I wanted, however, this question that Dr. Baloy posed of how do we measure success, I wanted to personally pass it to the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University. You know, a lot of emphasis is put on publication. So the students go in, and at the end of the day, if you have a publication, you know, you get your degree. But how in the curriculum can we twist that to have products as opposed to just publishing a paper and that's it? You get your degree, but at the end of the day, you can't do much with your degree. So, Honorable Vice Chancellor, if you could help us say something about the curriculum. How can we twist that or revise, whatever the word, to make sure that our students come out with some products at the end of the day? I thank you.
He's sitting next to you, Dr. Seruka. You could, a comment from you, Honorable Vice Chancellor.
Yeah, that is a provocative comment. But, you know, as our Minister of Science has been saying, whenever she comes here, she encourages all PhD students to work towards a product, not just the thesis itself. And she says a thesis without a product these days is not really a PhD thesis. And we are having in place policies now to strengthen that. We all realize that if we are to break our continent out of poverty, we must produce real things. And that's why we have established, with the help of UNDP, we have been having innovation pods here, but we now have a state-of-the-art innovation pod with the support of the UNDP. And our young people are doing amazing things. The problem, there is a problem of mindset in Africa here, because we think we cannot do those things. But as Dr. Mulira said, let's use artificial intelligence and research to solve problems that our society needs. Many times people think that, you know, innovation is creating rockets to go to the moon. It's not about that. It is really coming up with the simple things which our society needs to change their lives. I studied in the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union was very powerful, and they were making tanks and rockets and nuclear. And whenever my roommate who was a Russian annoyed me, I would tell him, "You will soon eat those tanks because you are not even producing food." Okay? And I was not surprised when eventually the Soviet Union somehow just collapsed. Okay? So we believe, I have been to universities in China, and very young universities, and they talk of hundreds of patents. And when they tell you what are the patents, it is not rockets. It is changing the juice color somehow, okay? Changing the taste somehow, it's already a patent. And if we understand what that really means, we can have so many patents out of our universities. Definitely at Makerere now, we have started getting young people applying for patents for the things they're doing. So we are changing. We must work on the mindset.
Thank you. And I don't know, was there a response to the initial?
I was going to make a.
Oh.
I was going to make a submission.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Professor Bose from Ghana.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make a submission in response to the second speaker regarding the question about the Africa we want. I have two arguments. The first has to do with the fact that Africa, we need to increase our standards. And that has a lot to do with the way we assess excellence in our universities and research institutions. In my mind, it's so frustrating that when we try to push excellence to bring Africa to the same standard as the rest of the world, so that knowledge from our part of the world can be respected by other people the system says we are not interested. So you take the question of publication for promotion. Why is it that in almost all African universities, the priority is how many papers have you put out there? We don't care about the content of the papers. All that we need is before, if you want to associate professor, you should submit 8 papers, that's it. You don't care whether those collective papers are helping contribute and advance knowledge in issues that are affecting our society. We just don't care. And I think as university leaders, this is something that is killing science in Africa. And we need to take it seriously. My second point is, we talk about the fact that science take a back seat when we go to policy discussion. Yeah, why, the question, why not? Why do you expect a policy maker who doesn't understand science to take science serious? So here is someone who has been educated several years ago using textbooks developed in Europe and North America to get his master's degrees and PhD, and he's now appointed a minister of state. What makes you think that he would appreciate science that is important to Africa? So I'm also trying to suggest that if you want the African that we think we need to have, we should begin to re-educate our policymakers by bringing them back to the classroom. Otherwise, you go to tell them about artificial intelligence, they will continue to ask you, what is that you are talking about? And you want them to give you money to advance science and technology, they are still going to be asking you, why should we do that? So for the African we want, I just want to emphasize that we need to increase our standard. And we need to continuously educate our policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's a beautiful segue to our next part of the program, which will be discussing science for society. And this is meant to be an interactive workshop. But right now, and I apologize, I did not let you know earlier, the washrooms are right back here if you need them. But we're going to take the health break now. And we had scheduled 30 minutes for this, but, oh, sorry, go ahead. Yes, please, go ahead. The microphone to Honorable. No, yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The question regarding the connectivity within Africa, sharing information.
Yeah.
I think the honorable member asked about the satellites which we have been sending, or which countries have sent to share information. One of the things is previously we had rivers. And these rivers actually were creating the connectivity of sharing information and movement. Yeah. People used to use the rivers like River Nile, River Gambia, and so on. Using them for sharing ideas. They move from one place to the other. Now we have fiber optic. Each nation, I mentioned about the fiber optic backbone in Uganda, but each nation in the region has a fiber optic backbone. This fiber optic goes throughout the country, creating affordable access to being able to interact with the internet and therefore being able to share resources. This is a much cheaper option than using satellite communication. So in a sense, the question was to the IT people, but I would like to throw this question. The IT people, in this sense, they're like pilots in a plane. They'll fly the plane. As to what you're going to do, where you're going, that's really up to you. We provide the transport, and what you use that transport for is really But there is connectivity. If I had a PowerPoint, I would have shown you the kind of connectivity. It's a big network across Africa. Okay. And in fact, we had even the COMESA, COMESA and SADC. Yeah. You know, the west coast of Africa had a fiber optic backbone in the ocean. It had an undersea cable. Yeah. But the east coast of Africa, until about 20 years ago, it didn't have any connectivity with the rest of the world. So we would have connectivity internally and then use wireless satellite. But now, with these countries, South Africa, Botswana, all these countries up to East Africa, we're connected now through a submarine cable which passes the east coast of Africa. So the content is up to the users. We just provide the transport. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Malira, for that response. And I will now invite you to the health break. We will try and be back here by noon, just so that we can continue with that session before the lunch break. Thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you. So the break will be downstairs, yes. So just get out, and once you get out of the door, go downstairs on your left. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. Botswana, welcome. Burkina Faso. You know, we hear a lot about Burkina Faso. So I would love to hear from the Rio, the Rio people about Burkina Faso. Very welcome. Mozambique, welcome. And Tanzania, karibu. Any Uganda? Welcome. So please feel welcome. We apologize about the way things have moved in the morning. I was supposed to be in 4 places at the same time, and they're about 300 kilometers apart. But I chose to be here, except that I wasn't here at the right time. Although I had been informed I should be here between 12 and 1. So I'm sort of in time. But I want to appreciate and thank you so much for being here and for the privilege to come here and interact with fellow scientists and also have the honor of officially, formally opening this meeting. It's a great honor for me to discuss with leading minds, and that's why I pressed to make sure that I am here, that we are discussing with our leading minds, because I believe that Africa as a continent, we are at a very, very unique and privileged time. And so among many others, I positioned myself as a champion of science, technology, and innovation on the continent. So I make it an effort to be there because we must make it work. So we are here really within this season of development. And more than before, science, technology, and innovation, for that matter, research and development, and the entire spectrum of it must go to the front line to lead Africa forward. There was a time when we were led by different things. There was a time where we were led by forces of resistance because we were being colonized, and we wanted to make sure that we don't allow that. Then there came a time when we were led by the forces of liberation. And that was the lead. That was followed by forces of trying to stabilize governance, the governance structures, and make sure that we are not all at war, we are not post-independence. And putting some minimum production in place so that Africa can resemble a developing landmass. And I think we are very close to the end of that. But the context globally and the context even on the continent dictates now that we join the rest of the world in technological advancement. I was speaking at the public health conference in Durban, and I was saying that Africa is now the dent. If you're going around the world, you imagine you're just moving around the world, but the road is technology. But here we have a big pothole that you have to invent another vessel to navigate Africa. We need to fill that pothole so that navigation around the world is smooth. And that means that science, the way it has been positioned on the continent, must change. The way it has been positioned, the roles it has been playing have not leveled this, and so it must change. And so we want to make sure that Africa, we begin to see science and change its destiny. and I have studied the way we have viewed science through these phases as a continent. And we have viewed it with respect, a respectful distance, where professors and researchers are very highly respected in their small enclave, and then and they tend to connect to the world which has science, but not their countries, not the common person in the nation. And we have been happy as research chairs and researchers in universities, and I spent 16 years teaching in this university. So if you are from the university, I'm part of you. I'm one of you, so what I speak, I know. So we connect, we publish our papers, and they are reviewed online, and we keep it there, very respected. And even some few people, politicians and what, they hold us with respect, but we do not connect to the day-to-day lives of the citizens, of the 1.3 billion that move on this continent, because their daily lives are filled with utility, usefulness, which is important. I have a department of engineering, we have institutions of engineering, but the vehicle I drive comes from Japan. The phone that I use comes from South Korea or from the US. The clothing that I am wearing may be a few for the finishing, but it's coming from China. And so the common person, the knives we use in our kitchens are imported. So the common person is not connecting with the science, with the research, which we are doing daily. And fellow scientists, I'm saying that the season has come now for us to feel that. It has come now for us to take science out of where we have been. It is time for us now to realize that science is not just to the exclusion of society. That is why most of you, most of us, after so many years, we have not bothered to translate scientific lingua into our local languages so that the common person can understand what you mean by an enzyme. We've not bothered because we speak our own lingua in our own small world, which connects with the Western world. So you have your collaborative researches, very good, fantastic, and I really support collaboration. But how about collaborating with the neighbors in the slum? Take the collaboration from there. When you say we are preparing an enzyme, there is a Chiganda word for that. There is there a Swahili one for enzyme? And the common person understands what it does. We've not really, because we saw science as part of this elite education system. Not just education system, but the elite one. You know how we separate as we are going through school. The science classes become smaller and smaller, and the rest go to another road. And those will never understand you. You leave them. They come into the hospital, you are discussing a patient, but the patient has no idea what you're talking because we've not bothered to connect science to our populations. Now times demand that we must do that. Now to do that, we must also translate science into the language they understand, not just the terminologies. But if I'm going to understand the work that the National Research Foundation is doing, I must be holding their product in my hand. I must be using their product in my kitchen. When I go to hospital, that tube that you are using to give me medicine must have at least a component that I associate that my research, my university, my scientists are contributing to saving my life. Do you follow me? Do you understand me? Yes, so what I'm saying is that, like all continents, they rose from where they were to where they are now using science, technology, and innovation. But it was science which was seen. It is science which has been appreciated. It is science which has been prioritized. Now, how do you convince? Most of you, the talk is science is not funded. Do you know that your governments want to fund science? But they have little understanding of what you're doing and its utility. When they place here their needs in the economy and the demands, and then prioritizing science, you must be able to speak the language the policymakers understand. I am going to contribute so much to the economy. Science is going to contribute so much to the GDP of the economy. But you are saying, hey guys, for us we are scientists. How are we going to understand GDP? It is possible. A few years ago, when I was appointed Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation in 2021, I had served for 1 year as a presidential advisor during COVID. And part of my work, which I was assigned in that role, was to make sure I am able to start the research and manufacturing of public health response tools. It was during COVID. I had been in public health. First I've transected from basic science to applied science in public health, epidemic response. But I've worked as a molecular biologist. I've worked at studying the molecules, the RNAs, the DNAs, and then I worked in the middle there trying to apply that to development of products. And then when I came here, I came back to Uganda. I was doing that in the US. I came back to Uganda. Nobody could understand my language. So I joined public health to try and apply some of the knowledge. And I became a pretty good field epidemiologist. I love to attack those epidemics in the field. They have to listen to me. Ebola has to stop when I show up. But now, I was brought into where science, the science we are doing in the country, must connect with the need of the time. And boy, did I find us wanting. I found us wanting. We had excellent research institutions. Virology, molecular biology, but there was no coherent system to take an idea to the market to solve that problem of a vaccine. So I started, you would find a scientist here, a molecular biologist, who understands how to work on that unit. In the middle, there is nobody. Then you find one who could do this. In the middle, there is nobody. It was a different story when it comes to the equipment, to the laboratories, to the tools that we need along the journey. I remember us struggling to find the AC2 mice for COVID vaccine development. We first paid to a company in China. After 6 months, they returned our money. They said, sorry, we cannot do what? Supply. First of all, we didn't know how this market works. Then we struggled with cell, what are those cells? The cells for cells to get for us to culture the virus. It took us 6 months. My president was so angry. He said, but they come from green monkeys in Africa. But I went, I had a meeting with the CITES. They said these are restricted, you cannot access them because they are wildlife, they come. Said, but other people are using them. The ones who are using them, how special are they? Why can't we use them? But the issue is that, why did we wait until now? Us. Because if we knew it was going to be hard, we would have developed the capacity. We had some people scattered all over, but no system. And you also see that when we came to getting vaccines, we were being positioned only at the fill and finish without understanding all the technology from behind. So Africa cannot continue to be like this. We cannot continue to be like this. And a time now has come, and I think I'm speaking to the right audience, where science, technology, and innovation is not only producing products, but becomes the engine to drive the economies of Africa. And so it means we have to redefine ourselves. I've had to do that. I told you I was a pure scientist, up to applied. So long as you give me the tools, so long as the other people, and if I end there and you haven't given me, I go back into the complaining corner. Oh, you see, but now this is not there. And I remember going to the president and telling him, sir, we have a problem. We don't have face masks. We don't have basic protective gear for health workers. If the virus comes into the country, it will be unethical for us to tell our health workers to go and treat those, so we must get the PPE for them. He told me, produce them. Produce them. And you scientists, produce them. I panicked. We had very, very limited stock. So I begged him, I said, okay, let's lock down the country for just 3 weeks and we'll see how to. Now I had to find businessmen. And I tell them, can you set up a line for producing face masks? Like, that's not in our whatever, but give me a week. I didn't even know who could do that. I approached so many. Within a month, we were able to produce face masks. At least these ones, the surgical ones we use to try. We tried the cloth ones, those ones even took longer. So we must transform ourselves. And then when I began now to say, okay, the question was, how does science build an economy? How does science build the economy? It was a major question for us at Science, Technology, and Innovation. And we realized we didn't have a definition. And my people, the Uganda National Council of Science Technology, they have been working very faithfully. And I went and asked the leader, I said, you've been doing science. They've been giving you some funds. It's not much, but show me one product that I can convince these people. He said, yeah, we finished the research. We have handed it to the private sector to commercialize. Asked him, which private sector? Which private sector in your African nations understand how to commercialize a product from research? Which one? Maybe in South Africa you have a bit. Most of our countries, people want proven products. They want something they will put on the market and make profit. But this one, which you are trying to convince people it works, even your fellow scientists, which private sector is going to take it up? Then I realized we are stuck. And so I have had to go back to school to learn. And that is what I'm calling upon you. You will need to create a handshake between science and the economy. Unfortunately, we scientists, we have to engineer both ends. We have to engineer the economy to come to understand science, and we have to engineer the science to go to the economy. And that's a space we have not been in. And it's a space you are not going to find so many people in the world that are going to help you to define. The good news is, in Uganda, we have defined it. And we are very happy to share with any nation that is willing to listen. We have defined the handshake. So all you have is pick it up. You know the science from this side. You know the economy is not the economy from here, but there is a gap in between. That's why not much of what we are doing is visible in our shops, is visible in our streets, is visible in the households, because there is a gap. Unfortunately, most of us don't know how to define that gap. Many of us are not even aware it exists. So we have called it a black box. We have spent 3 years studying this thing, and now we have defined it. And Uganda's science has started showing up. It has started showing up where people can use it. So because this science has started showing up, we have seen an increased interest. Our government has just published the next development plan, and they selected 4 sectors which are going to define the growth of the economy. And they called it A for agriculture, T for tourism, M for minerals development, including oil, and S, which is science, technology, and innovation. Once you're on that, you're a priority in the funding. Because most of our science has suffered from lack of attracting domestic investment. We always say African countries cannot fund science. I dispute that. The government of Uganda is funding most of these things that we are doing. They are funding research. They are funding development of pilot factories. They are funding incubators, because they have now seen what science can do. And you know, where is the African's eyes? Which organ sees for the African? Where? In the hands. They need to touch. We need to touch. We need, as scientists, to develop a new cadre of people who understand STI economics. STI economics. Once we know those people who can speak to you in the lab and they can speak to the policymakers, then science is going to come up and is going to be leveled, because our governments are going to see it as a priority, and they are going to prioritize investment in it. Because without investment, we will not achieve most of what you aspire to achieve. We really appreciate the support of our partners who have supported us this long. We appreciate the grants, we appreciate the collaborations, and I now would like to take this opportunity to invite you to work with us to this next phase of development of Africa, which is STI-driven, and it's going to require reformatting grants. It's going to require reformatting the conditionalities. It's going to require reformatting of knowledge sharing, of values sharing. We have a lot of collaborations which are segmented, But the segmentation and the reason behind the segmentation, this continent is doing this part, this one is doing this part, but the sharing of benefit, because science is a value chain. It starts as knowledge generation. The knowledge is translated into tools. The tools are translated into innovations. Innovations are translated into industries. Industries are translated into international businesses. By the time it reaches an international business, very few of the people who did the knowledge generation have a clue that part of their contribution is embedded in that business. Their knowledge. Now, most of Africa has been participating in the knowledge generation. The science, we have very excellent labs. We generate a lot of good science. We generate data. We generate, and we are happy to do publications. We are very happy to do presentations in conferences. But that is the value chain of wealth creation. If you are not part, because most of Africa doesn't care too much about patents. We publish anyhowly. Anytime you have an interesting something, you don't care about protection of your intellectual property. Because we have not been protecting the intellectual property, there is no way that money from the commercial product will ever flow back to you. Because you don't have any intellectual property. And so our professors struggle. They are retiring on pension. Professors retire on royalties, on money coming from selling that phone where you did some of your research and it is now being applied in there. Because we don't protect IP. We have not valued knowledge. We give it away so cheaply, so cheaply. But that's your heritage. In our work, I didn't want to make a presentation here, but in our work here, we have divided the economy into two segments. There is the factor production economy, which has been the one that Africa is dependent on. You are dependent on land and natural resources. You are dependent on labor. You are dependent on capital. We borrow money and we put in. We are dependent on those. The return on investment on those things is low. That's why we have remained behind, despite having the abundance of these minerals, having the abundance. Even if you maximize them as you sell them as raw materials, it will not take you to being at a par. Because the maximum return on investment, if it is really good, that money you're borrowing to invest in that thing, the maximum rate, it is between 5 to 10%. The blue economy is the economy where you are selling, you are in R&D, which reaches there, and then you can also manufacture high-value goods. It is intellectual property. It is the software goods now. Who are the richest entities now? They are selling digital products. They are selling the digital products. And so I would like to challenge you, the scientists here today. We must begin to treasure knowledge. Nobody should take anything until you have signed an agreement. And please read the entire agreement, including the little print, and ask questions. Ask questions so that they are answered clearly and the answers are written. Otherwise, you guys will work yourself to retirement and you are invisible. So one, we need, for us to do this, we need to deal with a few things. Before the politicians agree to the unity of Africa, can scientists agree to work as if they are one country? Because knowledge can easily cross borders. Can we push? And since we are going to play, and you quote me when I'm no longer maybe in the public space, science, technology, and innovation is the next driver of development on this continent. Anybody who does not prioritize it, understand it properly, how it works, how it functions, that nation will stay behind. They will be the laggards. Those that pick this information, take time, go back, start thinking originally. Start thinking. We have been delegating it for a long time. We now want to stop delegating the thinking. Sit down, have think tanks which actually think, not think tanks which just do research. Think tanks where actually thinking does what? Happen. So we need to, can we agree now to work together? Once we are at the front line and we are demonstrating that, the politicians will move. They will follow the money. Can we agree to work together? Can we agree to orchestrate things that enable knowledge for us to build connected, innovation-driven economies? That will happen only when we see what you do in your lab as the driver of the economy happening in the market. So we need research networks. We need to recognize knowledge as wealth and build a new respect for knowledge, protect knowledge, examine knowledge, commercialize knowledge. We need to have prioritization of talent development in the right direction. Now, research priorities cannot be simply dictated to follow trends. I have studied the different countries and different continental blocks. They always have to identify their unique thing, because it is okay to follow others, but remember, by the time it has reached you, the sweetness has already been harvested and it is owned. So we need to make sure that we think very strategically. Where is Africa's peak of harvest going to be? So that we are not just following. Many of us are terrorized by AI. We are terrorized. Oh, AI, you must learn how to use AI. We are telling you, subscribe and send some money off the continent. That is inevitable. But when you send $20, how much are you bringing back? From where? If we do not think beyond use of AI, beyond what others have thought and digested and they are regurgitating, and we sit down and say, AI is going to rule, where is Africa's portion? And we connect to that. In here, we say, Linda Chigweyo, anybody who waits to watch something take shape, pierces only the tail. You only spear the tail. When the animal has done what? You know that most animals can live without the tail. So I came here, even though I was late, I came here to provoke you. I'm not sure that I'm succeeding. I came here to provoke you, to make you uncomfortable, even angry with me, if you must. But listen, You are the drivers of Africa's development. We don't have another option. And so we must embrace the role. We must take the front line and we must think. As I conclude, I want to give you about 2 to 3 things. One, we need all of us to re-examine the research going on in our institutions. Which industries is it intentionally built to align to? And does that, where we are intending to go, capture wealth for us? Or we are doing research, the Ugandans have, they speak when I'm not there, but when I'm there, they change. Because the slogan here was, publish or perish. Now, when I'm in the room, they feel shy. I'm not sure whether they still say it. Publish or perish. Actually, publish and perish. The two are going to go together unless you change when you publish. Because here the drive is once you find something, you do what? You publish. Look at that knowledge as a potential source of money. Publish, research, protect, then product and publish. Research, protect, product, then what? Publish. Because sometimes you publish something, even you've done IP, but when are you going to take your IP to the market? And some of you even don't have a way of monitoring international. People pick, they develop the product, by the time you realize it is already on the market, before for you have moved to anything. No, and still others are profiting. They are developing on your sweat. So we need to protect wealth. We need to see that knowledge is wealth. We must protect it. We need to treat it as expensive, not cheap. The second thing is that which I've said, let us develop a Pan-African mindset and agenda. If I have something, and we have benefited from this from South Africa, we have been trying to put up, what do you call it? I keep forgetting that machine. NMR. We've been trying to put up, and we didn't even know what it was. So we have gone to our brothers in South Africa. Also, engineering, tooling, we have connected with South Africa, such that we do not have to start from basics. We can ride on the advantage. And if we can now craft the benefit sharing, because what has been the challenge is that nations which research with us don't share the benefits beyond a grant. They don't share the benefits. Can we have a benefit sharing? That me who generated the knowledge, I have a share, however small, in the benefit. We also need to be intentional about manufacturing. What stops Africans from translating their knowledge into products is the huge, humongous cost of manufacturing and barriers to market entry, which have been instituted by those who went there first, because for them they are the other side. Sorry, that is Luganda. If I go the other side, I go with the key. You are this side of the door and tell you, please come. But when I get out, the lock is the other side. And I tell you to fulfill conditions before I can open the door. But the problem is, you don't have everything it takes in this room. Then I keep changing the conditions. When you are near this one, I lift it up. So you never get there. And the valve continues to open only this way. Okay, since you don't have, let me give you. Since Africa, a developed Africa, is essential for the world. It is essential for the world. So we want to do first benefit sharing on the continent. Let us work it out together. Let us listen. Let us take the driver's seat. Let us think and let us generate that work that you're doing and let us connect. It is not going to be possible for everybody to develop everything. I want to give you 2 examples. Uganda has developed EV manufacturing, electric manufacturing. We have the largest electric bus manufacturing facility on this continent. And we have international recognition. Now, there are many people on the continent who want to develop. Now, developing that thing was expensive. What if we start by some people learning from this one? And then we see, do you also need a factory, or can you contribute to the value, to the supply chain? And you develop so that there is benefit sharing. The second one is we have built probably, we have to verify, but probably the largest pharmaceutical manufacturing campus on the continent with very high capabilities. We are now working towards FDA approval. Large, over 3,000 products that we can. Now, there is a lot of research going on. Before you build yours, can you connect to this one? And there is benefit sharing as we grow the remaining and as we open new product lines which are going to be unveiled. Lastly, can we build platforms like this to be more active in real-time sharing of information? And can we build think tanks which are actually thinking tanks, not researching tanks? You can do research, but to see if your thoughts have a bit of, but they are thinking tanks, not research institutions again. They are doing what you're doing. I want to see brains come together and say, in the night, I had this conceptualization of things which are not yet. They are not yet, because you are the drivers. So I want to encourage us to shift our mindsets from just researchers to economy builders. The population on this continent is looking at you. Please don't settle. Don't say my institution is doing well. It is not. Even if you have a few products, if you had your institution was doing well, there will be no jobless people out there. Don't measure your output by publications. Measure them by products which are commercially available in the world, not just your country. Measure your performance by how many people are employed along the value chains you initiated. And that means we must build networks that link science to technology, to innovation, to manufacturing, to commercialization, and finally we'll link it to our economies. With this, I wish to declare the conference officially opened. For God and my country.
Honorable, we thought earlier in the morning Dr. Baloyi had provoked us, but you have exceeded our expectations of provocation. And I do hope that all of us will go back and just begin to rethink this question of just stopping at research, but certainly start thinking about production. Thank you very much for your provocative comments and remarks. And on that note, when people provoke you, you don't usually give them gifts. But we would like to present you with a book, the Oliver Tambo autobiography. And I'd like to request Ms. Natasha Ali, who is the acting CEO of the Oliver and Adelaide Tambo Foundation, to present the book.
Do you want to do it?
Thank you so much.
And we have one more request, Honorable Minister. We wanted to have some photographs now. So there's going to be 3 sets, one with the research chairs and the vice chancellors they are with, and then the second one with the founding partners, and then the third one will be with everyone else. Not that the rest of you are not important, but that's just the way it is. And after that, we will have the anthems and then allow the Honorable Minister to leave, and we will break for lunch at this point. So there's been a slight change in the schedule, and then we will come back in the afternoon. Thank you. So photographers, please. Or I think we'll, just for convenience, we'll just take the photographs here. So that... So chairs and your vice chancellors first, and then the founding partners, and then we'll have that with everybody else. Founding partner. Don't go away too far. Mix it up a little bit. Okay, and then everybody else should join. I think the majority. Oh, sorry, the chairs. Oh, okay. So things are changing. So research chairs, please. Research chairs only. I think the research chairs should come to the stage.
Where are you, David? Come on.
We'll work something out.
You'll let me know.
Yeah.
For the photo, I look fine. When I see you, I'll spot my face.
So, would like everybody back by 2 p.m. While you remain standing, we will play the national anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuache
Thank you very much, sound team. We'll have 1 hour for lunch. It's actually so 2:15. 2:20. Okay, so we'll be back here at 2:20. And thank you very much for your attention.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to this afternoon session. My name is Robert Ingalls, and I'm from South Africa, and I have spent the last 20 years working with researchers and research organizations to help them think about how to place their work into public spaces for more visibility and impact, and ultimately to improve the value of the work that's being done. So it's a real honor for us to be joining you here today. And we'd like to spend a little bit of time unpacking this idea that has been mentioned by almost every speaker this morning of taking research beyond the academy, beyond the journal, beyond the lab, and out into the world in the many ways in which that can and must happen if we're going to cause the kind of change that we would like to see on the continent. So I'd like to allow my colleague Nehemiah Latola to introduce himself and give you a little bit of background about him. We have been working together for some time, and Nehemiah is a seasoned science communicator and also a thinker about all of these topics that we're discussing today. So let me hand over to you, Nehemiah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we all in Afrikaans, a language spoken in South Africa? We say, maag is vol, oog is toe, which means when the stomach is full, the eyes close. So we hope we will have the opposite effect with you this afternoon, that the eyes will remain open. I'm Nehemiah Latola. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at Nelson Mandela University. And because I'm a science communicator, I'm going to do a bit of a task to say that my research involves taking the knowledge of my grandmother and seeing if we can develop cost-effective, contextual treatments to cure the plight of illness in Africa. So that is what my research is about. I do preclinical drug discovery work. I'm a trained chemist, currently in human physiology, working with 3D cancer cell lines, for those who know what that means. But essentially, I am here today with Jive Media as a science communicator, like Rob has introduced me. I was the International Fame Lab, which is the idols of science. So I think historically more than 30 countries take part in a science communication competition where you have to present your research in 3 minutes. And I was able to win the international round of that. And so that really perked my interest on how do we start to really effect change as scientists by the way we speak and we present ourselves. And that can only really happen through building community and engagement. So I'm happy to be here. Robert, over to you.
Thanks very much, Nehemiah. Yeah, thrilled that you could join us and present this with us. I want to open up a little space for conversation and dialogue. I've asked, I think we have less people than we had earlier today. I don't think we've got more than 50. I discovered a few minutes ago that there was a 50 limit on my what's this thing called? Mentimeter. But I think we're good with the people in this room. So I think everyone's welcome to jump on. I just said, let's make sure that the research chairs can be on initially, but everyone can jump onto this Mentimeter, and it'll give you an opportunity to engage with us. This is part of how we prevent magi's vol, oog is toe. All right, is everyone logged on there? Anyone still trying to get on? Just give you a few more moments. We're just going to do these two little, you and a two. Okay, so one of the principles we always like to try and instill in science communication practice is that things have to be participatory. You just cannot expect people to engage if you just feed them information. So this is a little bit of engagement to keep people interested, but also we'd like to use this opportunity to gather as much data as we can to inform the rest of our program moving forward. All right, so I think we've got 28 people on. That's starting to be a good number, 29, 30. That's great. Thank you.
So everyone be on? By show of hands, who's been able to go on? Everyone on? Okay. Then we're going to start. So we are going to essentially pose a series of questions, and we want you really to think about them as a shareholder, as a researcher, as a research administrator, because we have a diverse audience in the group. And so just contextualize them a little for how they make sense within your space, and then we can have a rich conversation or dialogue around what emerges. So in a word, in one single word, what does science communication or research engagement enable? What do you think? In a single word, what does it enable? Menti will make it possible for you to populate answers on there. So we hope that you can put some of those single words on there. Adoption. It enables adoption. Adoption of ideas, perceptions, research. Does it happen quite successively, the adoption part? Implementation, it allows for implementation. So what it's also doing is it's creating a little word cloud, and so the words that receive the most responses will appear larger than others. It creates buy-in, impact, inclusion, use, handshake with policy. We heard this morning about the policy topic, and so I don't want to be presumptuous and say that communication allows it directly, but a series of steps could definitely enable that. Conceptualization, participation, progress, excellence, and uptake of research. And so I think it really covers, the responses really cover what science communication or research engagement can enable. It is sort of a tool, a very powerful tool that when used correctly can open a number of doors for you. And I'm sure many of you have experienced that. We are simply here today to figure out how can we better support to refine them to be at their most optimal level of implementation. Of course, transformation, we love that word, right? I'm a part of a critical higher education thinking space where we always like to say, when someone says transformation, and like, for what? Could I have good transformation or bad transformation? Transformation. Okay. Are we good with that? I think we can move on to our next question. Our next question says, and it says we are experiencing some instability. Let's see. So here we want to define terms. What does research communication or engagement, i.e. SciComm, mean to you in your chair, or means to you in your workplace or in your research environment? And what can it help you achieve? So here we are looking really for, what does it mean? How do you make sense of this? So we want you to define research engagement or communication a little bit. And what does it help you to achieve? What has it helped you to achieve in your day-to-day operation? What goals specifically?
And it'll mean very different things for different members of this collective. So let's pop some of those ideas onto the table. Community engagement. Yeah, keep them coming, and we can have a little bit of conversation about what are we really talking about when we're talking about science communication or research engagement, or almost everything beyond the academy, everything beyond the discipline. We set up science to largely work into a paradigm of publishing, getting funded, getting published, and going back to getting funded. But outside of that, what's possible, and what is the role of communication?
Community engagement, initiating community understanding, sharing findings, policy changes, sharing information, common understanding, accountability, breaking down the research findings to the simplest form for the lowest individual, dialogues, taking research to community and industry, uptake for policy. So policy is coming up, dialogue is coming up, this idea of community engagement to build rapport, common understanding, or collective vision. We are saying that it creates evidence-based decisions, knowledge translation, sharing of findings, disseminations coming up again. I love these words, Robert, because they could mean a many bit of things. Does someone in the audience want to clarify on some of these statements? Is there anyone who wants to clarify on what do they mean by dissemination? To what end? Someone who said dissemination. Do you want to expand a little? Anyone? Share your findings. Must I bring a mic? To what end would you say to share your findings? What is the hope? What is the goal with sharing the findings? Making it relevant. Okay. So this is an engagement after the research, right? Okay. Could there be a post? What would be the goal of an engagement before? Could have a really different impact before or after. When do we engage? I guess that question poses. There's conversation to digest, to inform decisions is coming up again, and a lot of conversation. Conversation to what end? This is feeling like an afternoon lecture where none of the students want to respond. Robert, we didn't create a safe enough space, hey? Feedback, to get feedback on the findings or the research out there. I think that's good. Okay.
Please add that if it wasn't on already.
Yeah.
I'm saying please add that onto the list, because what we'd like to do is gather this information together. Thank you.
Okay. So these two questions, we really pose them to you to start thinking around not only what science, communication, or engagement enables, but really what does it mean for you? Have you really thought about it? Have you really thought enough about your science engagement the way you think about the research proposal? Because these two things are usually seen as things apart. We usually think of our communication as a post-research activity. But the more and more we want to be engaged universities, the more and more we want to transform as universities, funders are shifting more towards an impact-driven research. And that impact, we've realized that you need to distinguish from the beginning. And so this engagement is not an add-on at the end, but how do we begin to think about our engagement in the process? If there's an objective, could there be a relating engagement activity that goes with that objective? And so we have informed impact at the end. Okay, Robert, do you want to tell us a bit more about the work we do?
Thank you. So, just lovely. They're getting a little bit richer as we get to the bottom as well. Here's about addressing needs. There was the comment about getting feedback. This idea that knowledge is not something we just generate in the lab or in our ivory towers, but in fact need to generate in partnership with those who ultimately will be the users and beneficiaries of that knowledge, translating research findings into social and commercial applications. So thank you for all of these. I think what I'd sort of almost want to demonstrate is that all of the reasons we do research are on this list. These are the reasons we do research. We want to cause impact, we want to cause change in people's lives. But none of that is a given without the steps that need to be taken in order to translate that research and to engage with others around that. So we really do need to see that the minister spoke about this black box that exists between the research and the application of that in the world. In South Africa, I've heard that spoken about as the innovation chasm, just the space that good ideas go to die, like journals are spaces where good ideas go to die, because we're not taking them into the world where all of these effects can happen. So very multi-faceted, but this is part of the space that we want to play in and do play in. Okay, so I'm just going to move over to another. So this is just this paradigm shift that we've seen in the last decade, I would think. Global warming and COVID and Millennium Development Goals and Sustainable Development Goals have all really shown us that while science can be used in the employment of solving challenges, science by itself doesn't solve the challenge. And so in the past, and for the past actually many hundred years, the structure of science has been this structure in which we identify an issue to investigate, we investigate that issue, we write it up in a piece of, in a journal or in scientific language, which is really very valuable, and it's very valuable for other scientists. But then we go back to the beginning and start that work. And really needing to think about research in a very different way, and thinking about how we can increase positive impact in the world through research. So we talk about building knowledge economies. That's not only about saying through research we will build something we can sell. It's saying that research in itself is an activity around which economic activity happens, and through which people can become empowered and enabled to do far more in their lives. And so this is about thinking not only about dissemination as a communication activity at the end of research, but actually a process of engaged research where we're thinking all the time about who our stakeholders are, what their participation in research could be, and how we can transform things through those. And this little diagram sort of just to demonstrate that one can have more and more impact as one goes through these processes. So as an organization, Jive Media Africa has been working, as I mentioned earlier, for the last 20 years. We started doing some work for the Department of Science and Technology in South Africa in 2002, and we've carried on since then. So in fact, that's 23 years ago. And one of the elements that has become very valuable for us is this idea of how do you get strategic about your communications. So this is a domain or an area that is not typically discussed within scientific spaces. Humanities people will have a much better sense of how you think about communication and how you execute communications. And so some of this might even seem almost redundantly obvious to people who've come through humanities spaces. But in fact, for those who've come through scientific spaces, these competencies haven't necessarily been developed. And I came through mechanical engineering. That was where I started my journey into this space. And this was quite an eye-opener for me. So one of the things that we'll talk about in due course is how do you think strategically about your research at every point in the research cycle? What are you trying to achieve through your mission? Who is your target audience? If they don't have to pay to listen to your research, they at least have to pay attention. So it's helpful to think about them as a market. What is the media that you have available to reach them through? How do you make it magic? That's a term that we've just used mostly because it starts with an M, and it means we've got 6 M's here. But But how do you really make it pop off the page? How do you make people pay attention to it? One of the things that happens for scientists and researchers is because they've always been in academic contexts when they've learned their knowledge, they often tend to use academic approaches to teach knowledge again. And of course, public audiences don't have to pay attention because they're not writing an exam at the end of this. And so they just pay attention to whatever else is interesting. So we really actually have to disrupt spaces in order to get messages through. Messages is the fifth M. And then thinking about how do we multiply those messages? How do we increase the visibility and the impact of that work? The second, that was the first, and it's about getting strategic. The second element that's always been key for our work, and I suppose this speaks into the magic space, is how do you get people to pay attention? I showed this one because this is actually work that we did about 10 years ago at Makerere around Kaposi sarcoma. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with this piece of work, but we put this into the local newspaper here in Kampala, and the bottom right-hand page was that, the bottom right of the page was that comic on the right, and then the bottom left-hand page was the more direct and technical information around Kaposi sarcoma. And what we've got there is a little story about somebody who goes to the hairdresser, and the hairdresser notices a little mark on the back of their neck, and then they go and get that checked out. But anyone who reads that story, and most people will read that story, because it's interesting, because it's fun, because it's relatable, because we are drawn into stories, will then look across to the second half and get the actual information that they need. So this was about bringing more and more people into HIV care, early detection of KS, and this was studied here at Makerere and was found to be very effective in terms of increasing the coverage net for HIV. I won't go into much detail, but these are other initiatives where we've used something unexpected and different from how science is often communicated in order to excite and gain interest around particular topics. That last one is African origins and prehistory stories around South Africa. This is comics and cartoons used for tuberculosis, messaging, etc. So just that second point, the first about being strategic, the second really about how do you use storytelling to do this. And then the third is about acknowledging the systems that are necessary. And one of the things you'll find in your chairs and in every scientific department is the minute one appoints somebody who's going to be the communications officer, and then you say, we've got an event coming up tomorrow, please can you make sure that there's a good tweet about it? And somebody can't do that for you quickly. And then you say, well, it's only a tweet, why can't you do that? And then you say, okay, well, here's the process that we need to follow in order to get from a researcher on the left to an audience on the right in a systematic and rigorous way, because it's important not to put out nonsense, and it's also important not to put out stuff that has no context. So we have to acknowledge that the researchers are there on the left doing their research. They produce a bunch of documents, whether papers, reports, events, seminars, etc. But those have to be processed in some way. And so those get turned into popular articles, sometimes into videos, sometimes into podcasts. But just making those popular items doesn't mean that these things have suddenly entered the world. They then have to be thought about from a dissemination point of view. So are there social channels? Are there PR and press? Are there e-newsletters? What are the ways in which you can get these into the world? And then you look at the channels and you realize there's this crazy multitude of channels, and each one has its own characteristics, and you need to know how to work them in order to get the engagement that you're looking for. And eventually, if you can navigate all of that, you can get to particular audiences and ultimately to talk to the people you wanted to. So science communication is obviously about human connections and making human connections, but look at all the steps that are involved just to get a really sensible statement from a scientist out to the public. And I think acknowledging these processes and understanding these processes is a really important way of doing that. And this might mean that, in fact, if you want a good tweet from one of your staff, it might involve telling them about that event a month before and making yourself available for a meeting in order to sign off on what they've done during that time. But these are all processes that need to be acknowledged and learned. All right. So that was just the three little insights that I had wanted to share. Having a systematic approach, using the magic of stories and human engagement, and then acknowledging some of the processes that are involved. In addition to that work, our work involves a lot of media training. So we often work with organizations to help them think about how to engage with the media. I won't go into too much detail here, but there's a range of skills options that exist. Strategies and approaches for public engagement, and this is one of our programs, which is using hip-hop and music creation to build engagement between researchers and young people so that they can create content that's relevant to young people. And then, of course, scientists and researchers truly engaging with young people. And then media production, which is a whole set of skills in and of itself. And I won't go into too much detail, but many options for communications and media into the space. So that was just to give you a sense of how we've been thinking about science communication over the last many years. But I'm going to hand over to Nehemiah, and he's really going to ask you some questions about how you've been thinking about science communication. So we're going to go back to the Mentimeter, and we're going to really have a conversation about 4 aspects of science communication. Let me see if I can make the switch. I can. Fantastic. Okay. Over to you, Nehemiah.
Thank you. I'm going to become persona non grata, Rob, because I'm coming to give tasks. But I don't care much about that. I'm a son of an evangelist. The son of an evangelist, so I know how to give tasks.
I think if there's one thing that guarantees good science communication, it's a scientist who's the son of a preacher. So
exactly. We've had good mentorship. Colleagues, we are going to do an exercise where we look at complexity, looking at this thing that is science communication that we interact with. And we're going to try and have you do 4 exercises, right? And we've broken them into north, south, east, west. So we're looking at this compass of science communication. And we are going to look at each facet, and at each one, we really want you here to really sit back and think. We want you to reflect on experiences that you have gone through, challenges that you've interacted with, and how you have overcome those challenges. Why we are doing this is because we want to get a richer understanding of what you have gone through. We are modeling, Dorothy, we are modeling good research. We don't just jump into it, we do fact-finding. So we hope you will come along with us on this mission.
I don't think we got consent.
Yes. They signed a register. I'm just joking, colleagues. So we're going to start in the north, and really here we want to think about breakthroughs, your research breakthroughs. There are chairs in the room, so surely there has been research breakthroughs. There are directors of foundations and the NRF and the national platforms, the ministries, and so there's been successes. So we really want you to think of a time when your communication was really successful. What did you do? And what actions did make it work? So sit back, maybe for 2 minutes, think on it, and then start to populate a short scenario for us that can give us a bit of insight into what your breakthroughs were with science communication. What successes have you had? And really, what did you do that you think made it successful?
These responses can be relatively long, so put in as much as you'd like to in terms of perhaps even a little bit of a story. I think there may be 200 characters, so it's not long, but there's a decent long one. Just help us to gather some of the richness of what has been working for you in your chairs or in your local contexts. What have you found really works? I see the comment here, tough one to answer as I'm trying to understand how to define success or breakthrough. Perhaps not scientific breakthrough, because that would be for a different session. But really, when did you break through to an audience? When did you really have a successful communication exercise? So within the subset of activities which relate to engaging with stakeholders, with thinking of people outside of academia, what's been working? And there's some really rich ideas that have emerged already here. Would anyone like to talk to any of these or ask a question? Has anyone seen something that they would like to dig into a little bit more? Learn a little bit more about? So just really nice ideas, simple words and an analogy. Analogies are really, really powerful. We heard this morning about the soil. These are metaphors and systems of structures of thought that allow us to go, that allow a message to exist for a lot longer than you would remember it if it was just spoken in plain words. But the metaphor of the soil is something that we can and will remember for some time. Very short videos, talks to funny examples, storytelling, being humble and friendly to the audience, inclusivity and packaging information according to user needs. This is a useful one. Packaging information according to user needs. Who can I ask? Can I break confidentiality and ask who put that one up? No anonymity was guaranteed. So, if you're willing, packaging information for user needs. Could you just explain what had happened there? What that story was about? Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Drawing the experience from one of our ongoing work, actually 2 to 3 projects that have been ongoing, but just to make a reference to the one that is currently undergoing. Basically, we designed our project under what we call co-design, co-development with a clear inclusive engagement right from the inception of the project. And through the project progression, we have ensured that we are developing several packages that meets the different users. In this case, we have developed product for the policymakers. We have product for researchers, we technocrats from the science paper perspective, but also we have special packages for the farmers. And we produce them through the video diaries, and also we prepared some proper versions for them with the clear practical examples on some key aspect, if it's fertilizer, if it's rainwater harvesting, and anything related to the project that we are currently undertaking. So that is special packaging. You package according to the user needs.
User needs. And you can only determine the user needs by asking the users what they need. So as that's what's happened in your case?
Yeah, sometimes you may ask them. Sometimes you base on the general understanding.
Yeah. But I think focusing on what the users need means immediately that instead of a remote scientist who arrives in from somewhere, does some stuff which you don't quite understand and leaves again, you've got someone who's actually adding value to your work, to your own work. So I think that's a really powerful tool that others can adopt. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did any of these pique anyone else's interest? Did you want to know a little bit more? Perhaps I could ask a little bit about this use of intermediaries. So working closely with experienced communicators helped package the message as well for different publics, and the messages were then translated appropriately. So there is a huge amount of value in working with professionals who really understand how communication works. We don't have to be brilliant at everything ourselves, and it's appropriate to be focused on the research. So just taking those steps to perhaps work with other people who really know how to do the communicating well is really quite powerful and valuable. Often those people have access to channels that you would never have access to. So a journalist perhaps writes in their freelance capacity and works for you, but then has contacts at a newspaper and can get stuff published. These are partnerships that can be established. All right, any other burning issues to add to this one? Thank you very much. This is a really great how-to on good research engagement already. So if nothing else happened and people started to adopt some of these approaches, we'd see significantly better research engagement taking place. Can I move us to the next slide? Okay, it's your chance to type again. So this is the east zone, and this is the east wind. It's the challenges. So we're looking at the compass, north, east, south, and west. And this is the east wind. What makes it really hard? When you feel like you've got so much going on, and then this additional thing of doing engagement. What makes it difficult? What makes it feel like you're walking into the wind and carrying a much bigger load than you need to carry? Okay, so what is the most persistent headwind that you face when communicating? Complexity, audience, platform, or something else? What makes it really challenging and difficult? Have you submitted some already? Oh, you can't connect. Oh, okay. Tech support. How's the Wi-Fi? Are you getting Wi-Fi? Okay, something's happening, so hopefully we're back. Lack of community engagement. Is that lack of engagement by the community, or is that lack of community engagement by the research team? Does someone want to comment? Perhaps it's that similar one, actually getting people together to engage. Please keep adding. It would be lovely if we could get as much richness to this, because these are the challenges that need to be overcome, and we'd really love to find out what they are.
So a lot more responses coming in on this question. It's always the case. Does anyone want to speak to show or present immediate impacts? Right here.
Thank you very much. My name is Samira. I'm from Burkina Faso. My work mostly consists in helping or showing to people the impact their daily life habits can have on their health in terms of getting non-communicable disease like cancer. So when you explain you need to eat healthy, you need to prevent some infectious disease, which can lead in 10, 20 years to cancer. People can't see it because they don't feel sick, for example. They don't feel like they are drinking soft drink, but soft drink they are drinking will lead one day to a disease. So it's difficult to present to the general population and even to policymakers that they need to change the ecosystem so that they can prevent this disease in the longer term.
And this is really the conundrum with science communication, right, Robert? It is, how do you change behavior, right? And a key goal, or the ultimate goal of science communication, is that we really want to affect behavior. We want someone to realize, oh, if I drink a cup of rooibos tea a day, I could prevent diabetes, right? And that's what research shows. Research shows that good lifestyle habits can prevent diabetes, like drinking rooibos tea, like walking up and down your road, walking to a spaza, walking to the mall. These changes, small little changes, can be the difference between you getting sugar like your mother or you getting cancer like your grandmother, right? And so how do you change these behaviors? And science communication has become a very important tool in that. But above that, ma'am, I want to say also it's about building this thing that keeps on coming up, lack of community engagement. And I engage a lot with community in my research. I don't write about it, but my research has to do with indigenous knowledge systems. It has to do with medicinal plants that are used indigenously. And to get this information, I engage with community. I've had ethics before, but because of the relationality between researchers and communities, I felt a particular type of way in presenting or publishing that information, right? Because we have extracted as scientists. And so a lot of it comes down to trust. You have to build community with community. in order to effect change in community. I'm not going to listen to a stranger standing on the side of the road telling me to stop drinking soft drink. I'm going to say, Isaka, what is your problem? I don't know this person. Why are they telling me all of this, right? But if you trust someone, if you have someone's trust, they are more susceptible to change their behavior. And so when we engage with community, a lot of the times we are stepping into communities, especially in Africa where we find ourselves, we are stepping into socially and economically disenfranchised communities. People who have largely lost their trust in government and who've lost their trust even more so in science. COVID-19 was a roller coaster that really put us as scientists in a really precarious position. And so when we engage people, maybe it's easier for the agriculturalists because the farmers want to plant, you know, but many people aren't so invested in their health, right? Many people aren't so aware of their health. And so in those instances, we have to do a little bit more work on how do we really build trust. And we also might get the pushback because the research chair might mean, but what does it matter to me? NRF wants me to have 2 publications a year. NRF wants me to have a colloquium. I'm doing that. What more must I do, right? And so really what we are asking you today is, how do we broaden your horizon? How do we enable you to be able to do these things without adding any more to an already hectic, busy schedule? Academic language and vernac is the barrier, right? We were at a book launch recently on a program that was developed at my university. And one of the students' feedback in the book, the student writes, when I came here, they talked about plants, but not the one grown in the soil. I was very confused, right? The student was involved in a chemical technology program, and all of a sudden the lecturers were talking, in this course we are going to plant visits. Plant referring to chemical institutions where they produce chemicals of whatever sort. And it was confusing, and this is that language barrier. So how do we, who think we are very important and we don't want to lose our language or our science, how do we present it in a way that's accessible without it losing all of that scientific importance? So it's not about dumbing it down, but it's about how do we create clarity, really, I think what that question is referring to. Are there any thoughts on the ground? Anyone who wants to raise an issue from what they have put down or want to add more context? What do we mean by lack of political will? Is there anyone who wants to speak to that point? Lack of political will.
Are we talking? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not even sure if I really want to talk about political will, but I would say the lack of political will is the lack of, the people in policy actually not fascinated about the things that we're working on. So there is no buy-in. So probably we are working on the other end and they're also on the other end. So to me, I feel like it's always important to sort of like have like a needs assessment. You find out what is it that you'd like us to, to research on, or this is something that we are planning. What is it that is missing that you'd like us to sort of like, accomplish at the end of the day, so that, when there is this publication or at the end of the research, there is too much buy-in. They sort of like understand what exactly we are working on. But also you are trying to say, what is it that you'd like to add on to what you had already said? And to me, I feel like I was here and I was trying to think, is there a way where we can have like totally different platforms? Let's say like the scientific platforms, like the journals where we sort of like do the publications, but also maybe have like another place where we can do like the dissemination of our results to the community, but in a much more better way, besides the jargons that we use, like the p-values and all those nice plots that we as scientists understand. Is there a way we can package that into the simplest way possible to the person deep down in the village, maybe as just a pictorial format? And I was just trying to remember what the lady was talking about in terms of, if I eat this vegetable, how does it translate to me not getting diabetes? And maybe like having those pictorial things trying to translate, if you eat this results to that, but also the language. Maybe you can come down to the local language, a language that they best understand and relate with, other than the English, which sort of like seems to be like a language of the elite. So can we have like two platforms, maybe like the journals that we're used to, but also some other way of, trying to bring down our results to the community and the people that we think should be influenced by this?
So you raise a lot of important things. Robert, do you have something to add?
Yeah, just that those platforms do exist, and they are the spaces in which we exist in our day-to-day lives. So we could have another platform, but how would you encourage people to go and find those spaces? And I think what we have to do is look at the media and look at the spaces that we do have available. And I think our process will help you to guide you through that and look at a particular audience and say, what are the spaces that we can build relationships and build trust with those people? And you're right. And there isn't a simple, quick answer. It's a process and it's a journey. I think you can add additional comment.
Yeah, so I think there are journals now that, once they've accepted your paper for publication, they will usually ask you to provide a graphical abstract. And I think, most scientists will sort of delegate that to somebody who is, maybe not senior on the team, but probably junior, and say, figure out how to put this. But I think that's where the challenge is, that's the disconnect between this translation of science, whatever high-end science you've published, to making it that simple. And that's something I think that should be made a requirement. Maybe not just for some journals, but it should probably get into the space of this is what the standard is.
Yeah, moving past the beaker, arrow, the compound. Making a visual story that is more relatable and that someone who's not in your profession could look at it and say, they did this to get this, right?
And I think don't discount building up the capacity in the team to do that. So, even if you did pass that on to an intern who came to you with 3 ideas and you said, that's a good one, and then refined it a little bit, and so take it forward and use the capacity that exists within the team to do that.
Yeah.
And the other thing you can do is also, even if you are in conversation with the beneficiaries, sit down with them and say, what's your understanding and how would you explain this to your colleagues or friends? That would be valuable.
Yeah. We always say that science communication is not about adding more. It's about unlocking those systems that already exist that makes your job easier just to get the message across. Do you want us to move forward? Yeah. Okay. We're moving to the south, the anchor. Here we want you to think about the learnings. So what is the single most important lesson or anchor you have learned about research communication you wish you knew earlier? So this is really for our seasoned fellows in the room. See a lot of them. In your research journey, what is something you learned later about talking to people, about getting your message across that you wish you knew earlier on, and what is that?
Yeah, these are just little nuggets to share with colleagues and with junior researchers. Our intention, which we'll talk to in due course, is about bringing a lot of this thinking together and making some kind of toolkit or manual that is available to you and others to utilize in this way. So this is about capturing some of those insights and nuggets from your own journeys.
Great, these are real nuggets coming through. I love this theme about engaging while developing the research questions that's starting to emerge in some of the conversations. Our job as scientists is to develop a question that we can answer. We don't want to write a paper. We don't want to try and raise funds for a question we're not sure if we can answer. But if we are asking all the questions, how do we know that we're asking the right questions? And so that phase of engagement with people affected by the problem to help to structure the questions makes research immediately far, far, far more valuable to beneficiaries. Even the way in which you ask a question is fundamentally different. So I think that's fantastic. Working with professionals in the communication space, I think, is powerful. The newspapers have all shed significant numbers of jobs in the last few years. So I think this Standard in Kenya lost 300 jobs last year. In South Africa, we've got a fraction of the journalists employed. All of those people are seasoned professionals. They know how to frame messages. They know how messages cause impact and change. They actually know how to structure the message to get a behavior change outcome because they're professionals. And we should be using those people to do our communications with us and for us. This is a great one here. Before communicating, don't assume the audience knows nothing. Do a baseline. There's nothing more off-putting than somebody who comes to you and makes you feel like they see you as a fool because you don't understand anything. So this is why so many of the people in that first slide were talking about conversation and dialogue. If you're in conversation or dialogue with someone, you get to understand their understanding of the issues. But if you're just talking to them, you'll never get to understand how much of the issue they understand or what they care about. So you can almost think of it like market research. If you talk to your audience, you get a sense of who they are, what they want, and what they care about. And then you have an opportunity to do that engagement, and it's significantly more effective. What I really love about this process is that, and by demonstration, this process demonstrates how much of this knowledge exists within this community already. But there's that lovely quote that says, the future is already with us, it's just not evenly distributed. So part of our job here is just to, as a collective, share what's working and share what the challenges are and see how other people have solved those challenges. None of these are suggestions that have come from us. These are all suggestions that have come from you. Siloed and hidden research does not solve problems. That's already acknowledging a certain desire for research to be solving problems, not just to be completed and written up, but to actually cause a change in the world. I love practice, practice, practice. It's the only way your communication skills strengthen. This is like a muscle. When you don't use it, it doesn't grow, but when you start to use it, you can get quite strong and quite good at it. And what I hope we'll show you in due course is the extent to which, if you get good at communications, you can really powerfully change the course of your chairs in terms of their own sustainability. If you could imagine an organization, a commercial organization without any marketing, that would be like a research chair that didn't do any community engagement or any public outreach. And of course, from a business point of view, that entity would cease to exist. The marketing is a critical part of the sustainability of the enterprise. So we do need to think about how do we make sure that we're building the muscles within the organization for doing extensive marketing and engagement. These are lovely comments. Let's stop scrolling. Okay. We won't go through all of them just because of time. Often the audience does not need to know where all the uncertainties are. It feels like this comes from the p-value conversation. You can leave that and start with the findings and conclusions, and then the uncertainties can be communicated differently. I think that's a powerful comment. We often think, because of our training as researchers, we think that we have to be comprehensive and we have to give all the information. But of course, that's not the way the public communication space operates. If you give all the information, you will lose all of the attention. So you have to choose very carefully which information so that you maximize the attention. And for instance, I'm not going to try and go through each of these because I will lose everyone's attention. What we want to do is to pick up a few of them, and then we'll take this data and we'll work it into a program that we can deliver in due course. Let's go for the last one. Engage services or involve change agents during research as religious leaders and opinion leaders. I think this talks to Nehemiah's point about trust. It's certainly borne out by the extent to which influencers have become the way in which modern marketing works. You don't even just rely on the algorithm anymore. You just go to the people who everyone follows, and then you get them to promote your product, and everyone just laps it up and accepts it as gospel truth. And so these people who hold influential positions in our lives are a really powerful ally, or can be a really powerful ally for getting messages across, and building the relationships and networks with those people is really powerful. There's nothing to stop you adding, so please do keep adding. But again, we've got a university degree's worth of insights on this page, which I hope we can capture and share with people in due course. Let me move on to the last question for today. Oh, I'm sure that's not the end. It is. You look on your devices, you'll see that the next question is up, and it's the West, it's the horizon, and it's the future. So what is one communication skill, platform, or audience that you are actively, can somebody tell me what that sentence is? That you are actively pursuing or engaging in the year ahead. So one communication activity or task or audience or platform that you would like to work on in the year ahead. Where would you like to invest some time and energy in terms of growing communications? Okay, this is the last section of this little exercise, and then we're going to, what are we going to do? Then we're going to tell you a little bit more about the plan for the year ahead. Okay, so just one or two of your ideas about where you'd really like to focus your energies in terms of engagement. I'm going to suggest that we come back to that and hopefully the connection restores itself. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about where we go from here. Is anyone managing to submit anything on that form? Nothing. Okay. So perhaps we've lost Wi-Fi. But just to talk through our plan for engaging with you over the next year. The idea first is to start this conversation, and I think that's what we're doing in this session today. That's happening at the annual meeting 2025. And then our proposal is to work with each of the chairs, a deep dive with each chair towards a communication and research engagement strategy. So we'd like to sit down with each of you as a chair in your context and to work with you in order to develop a strategy that can guide your communications within the chair for the year ahead. And then we'd like to engage with you over the following 8 or so months in order to touch base with you from time to time. And our suggestion is on a monthly basis for about an hour and a half or 2 to engage with you and to talk through what are the issues and what are the challenges that you are facing with regards to communications. So that's a mentorship process, and Nehemiah and I and others at the team in our organization would be in a position to support with that work. And then to undertake some training support for students and chairs and other members in your chair. Our proposal is to run 5 or 6 trainings through the course of the year on different aspects of science communication. So whether that be how to write in a popular style for the public, how to face the media, how to utilize visualizations and graphics to do work that you're doing. And then to meet with you all again in a year's time when you are back here and to understand how that process has been for everyone. So we'll run a little bit more of a rigorous evaluation exercise to understand and gain insights. And then the intention beyond that would be to produce a toolkit or a knowledge document of some kind that could become a tool for you to utilize within your organizations. We're hoping that through this process, each chair would then have a structured, actionable plan for research engagement so that you're not spread in too many directions, that you've got a focused plan and you're working towards it, that each chair will then develop communication and media outputs and products that can be shared within your beneficiary and stakeholder audiences, but also can be shared in this space. That we would develop that toolkit that we talk about, and in particular, there are some of these kinds of documents elsewhere in the world, but I think we've got particular knowledge contexts that should be engaged with through your experiences, and ultimately build a solid foundation for future work so that we can start and continue to build a guideline for what good public engagement looks like based on the work of the research chairs. And then in terms of outcomes, we're hoping that some of these would happen for you. For you within the chairs, gaining enhanced clarity of what it is that you're doing and how you're positioning yourself in the world. Enhanced capacity within the chairs for public engagement, for working with the media, for working with other stakeholders to deepen sustainability and, I would argue, impact. Sharing of valuable information with wide audiences, whether that's economic or environmental or social, in order to cause societal impact. To increase the visibility and brand awareness of your chairs, and ultimately to gather some of those stories that are happening in your spaces and to use those to demonstrate stories of impact for the chairs. So I just want to see if we've got Wi-Fi again, because then I can do that last exercise. It looks like we might. Let's present that. If everyone's still linked in here, if we can just spend about 5 minutes more, we'll do this, what you're hoping to look at, and then we'd just like to ask 1 or 2 questions about challenges that you perceive. Are you getting onto it? Maybe. I gather we're not getting information coming through. The Wi-Fi is not working. Okay. I had such a fun one next. Have people written responses? They're just not submitting. When you try and submit, nothing's happening. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that. Okay. I'm going to get some post-it notes handed out to you right away, and if we can please, there's one. If we can get some post-it notes handed out, please. I would really like to capture these learnings, because otherwise we go away empty-handed, and we do need to know what people are saying. Please have another go if you can, but otherwise I'm going to get some notes for you to write on. I'm just going to move this on to the next slide. This refers to, if anyone's able to drop these in. Okay. All right, so just referring to this slide in terms of the plan as we move ahead with you into the year. Starting a conversation today, a deeper dive with each of you, probably between now and March or April. Mentorship through implementation of your strategy, training support for students and chairs that we'll offer, and a pilot project that you could run within your chairs. A conversation in due course at the next meeting to explore experiences, and then the production of a resource document that we can share with you. So I'm just going to take that slide, and if you can drop comments onto this one, it's to say, as we move this program forward, what challenges do you foresee and what support would be needed? So it's really critical that we capture some responses here. If it's not working to submit them into the app, then please do write those on post-it notes and we'll bring those forward. Please help us to identify challenges and issues that you foresee in making that happen. Yeah, by all means, just write onto notepads, make a note by whatever means and send them through. As we move forward with this program, what challenges do you foresee and what support is needed? Please drop notes or thoughts, or put up a hand and we can come and talk to what the challenges might be. And we'll be wrapping within the next 5 minutes or so. Okay, so we've got two comments that have come through. Challenges might be availability of the grad students and buy-in of the grad students. Thank you. This is insight that we wouldn't
have been able to get without you. So think about how to do that. Our proposal for the training was to conduct about 5 trainings during the course of the year, and that anyone would be welcome to attend those trainings. So because they would be online trainings, we could have anyone from 50 to 100 people in that training if needs be. And we could make those trainings at appropriate times, and so we need your input from that. And we can also make them not too onerous in terms of time. We typically run a training from about 10 till 3, and with an hour at lunchtime. So it means that people can get a lot done within a small amount of time. Any other concerns? Or there they are. Training on science communication, I think we can address that. Adoption of digital tools in research communication. Okay, I think these might be adoption of digital tools. Can I ask who put that one up? Does somebody want to talk to that? I think part of also what we've discussed is use of AI as a tool and how we can better utilize AI for science communication activities. That can be part of that training and conversation as well. Lack of availability of resources to recruit science communication experts for chairs. That's noted, and I think is not an uncommon challenge, but there are ways in which we can address some of those through partnerships, etc. I will face challenges showing the economic impact. I need support to build an investment case for decision makers to understand what the country could gain or is losing. Okay, so there might be opportunities to leverage or seek out partnerships to achieve that. I think a lot of these challenges are not insurmountable, so let's engage with them and structure things so that we don't have to, so that they don't have to cause trouble. Can you give us any more that have been added to the board here?
Some of it is a lack of engagement through science communication is a challenge. There's a lack of engagement. And so how do we get our audience engaged? How do we get an audience? Do we know who we are speaking to? Who is our audience, right? And really the method that Robert browsed through, the 6 M's, is really an effective toolkit. And I think we'll spend some training using that method, which really clarify all of this mysticism. Science communication is not you go on to a street corner and you say, I publish this article now, this plant can be used for diabetes, and you walk away. And whoever heard it, whoever didn't hear it, didn't hear it. What we want it to be is you are speaking to a specific group of people in a specific way that they can access, sharing a mission that you drive, that is, it came up earlier on, that is simple, that is, it is simple, it is impactful. What is our jargon, Rob? Simple. It's simple, unique, and fit for purpose. Focused. Simple, unique, and focused. That's what we want each chair to be. We want the chair to, in 1 minute, if a reporter comes to the university to write a story about the chair, we don't want the chair to say, well, we look at enzymes and we look really at the metabolic action and what the metabolism, when they uptake glucose, it struggles to come down, it never comes down. And so we're trying to find methods to regulate people's enzymes. And who walks away? Everyone watching the news program is like, what is an enzyme? What is glucose? You know? And so we want to get to a moment where you have a short message that is, I'm looking at indigenous plants, must show what you have been using, and we have shown effectiveness to treat diabetes, to manage diabetes by using particular plants. And that's the simple, focused message that you have, that you take all over, that when you meet the president in an elevator, when you are with the minister, and she asks you, so what is it that you do, that you don't say, no, I look at quarks, and really look at where the universe first began. You don't want you to say that, because she's not going to know what. They say, I really am interested in how things come to be. We use physics models to explain things in the world, and this has extreme applicability in the technologies of tomorrow. She's going to say, what? Okay, that one does really serious work for technology. And that's really what we want this process to give you, without you having to have a professional next to you telling you what to do, but rather you being in the driver's seat, having the agency to do that type of engagement. Robert?
Great, thank you. So we do have a few here, and we've got a few more on the board. Please don't leave this session without telling us the challenges you perceive, because then those are the things that we can, if we can address them, then we can make a successful program. All right. We're nearly at the end, so thanks very much for bearing with us. I've got this item here. What core skills and trainings would you like to access for the participants in your chair or context? All right, please can you just drop in a few thoughts here? What are the skills that your people particularly need in their contexts? Just going to give us a few moments here before I move on. Is anybody busy filling in one of these? Is it giving you the right screen? Not getting much. If anyone wants to move to analog, there's still some post-its. Okay, can I move on? Is there anyone who's still busy filling in this? Anyone? Okay, going in 3, 2, 1. Ah, there was someone. Thank you. Okay, this one's a little multiple choice, but you need to choose your favorite. So could you please decide which of yours is the one that you would see as most important for your institution, for your chair? Which of these, which would be your first choice for the participants in your chair? Say again?
They can't read, yes.
Too small. Okay, the first one was writing for the public, popular writing. Second one is building a brand as a researcher. So this is about you perhaps using various online channels to build a brand. We've got writing policy briefs, so translating from research to policy.
There's a motion on the floor, Robert.
Yes, go ahead.
As we are in a democratic country in Africa, there's a question, can you just choose one?
You can only choose one. So we just wanted to get a sense of which would be the most popular ones. But I can send us back to the previous slide and people can keep on adding thoughts of what they would like. So 6 is strategic communications and engagement. 7 is working with the media, so understanding how the media works. Then there's using social media for science communication. There's public speaking training. And there's facilitating community engagement. Which would your first choice be? It just gives us an indication of where the interest lies, so thank you for that. Yeah. Okay. I think we'll call that a sign. I would like to thank you for your engagement during this session. Even though we haven't had 100% faithful technology, we have gained a huge amount of insight about what will work for you and what is needed. So thank you very much for all of that. Please can I ask anyone who's got burning issues or ideas that weren't included in this Mentimeter to please just place them onto a post-it note and to add those for us to draw insight from. I've got a quote up on the screen, if it was, oh, that is there. We think about knowledge and being knowledge workers, and we think about knowledge within the context of academic knowledge or knowledge in a journal. But Paulo Freire spoke very much about knowledge being a commodity that exists within all of us and between all of us within our society, and which we all need access to. And he spoke and said that knowledge emerges only through invention and reinvention, through the restless, impatient, continuing, hopeful inquiry that human beings pursue in the world, and with each other. And so I'd like to leave with that little thought. And the second quote, if the structure does not permit dialogue, then the structure must be changed. So we really need to make spaces for engagement and for dialogue, because it will make better science. It will make sure that your science is more inclusive and more appropriate to the needs that it's got to meet. But B, it will result in the change that you envisaged in the first place. And there's nobody who gets involved in a research career thinking that their ultimate job is to cause more papers to be in more journals. We know that that's just a measure of an academic output. What we're all really trying to do is to cause positive change in the world. And so really hope that we can journey with you over the next year to help you to do that in more powerful ways. So thank you very much from our side. I don't know if you've got anything to add, Nehemiah. Okay, nothing to add. Thank you very much for your engagement. Can I hand back to MC?
Please join me in thanking Jive Media for, I think, a wonderful interactive workshop. And hopefully one that has generated not just content, but I think ideas for the research chairs to think about. So a couple of things. There was a bit of a change in the schedule, and we had been invited to visit the Innovation Hub by the Vice Chancellor. We had pushed that to 5 p.m., but I see it's 11 past 4. Where's Belinda? Is there tea or something? Yeah, let's just confirm. if there's tea, then we'll just grab tea and then we'll probably leave in about 30 minutes, maybe. Yeah. Promise, are you saying something? Huh? Oh, one more presentation. Online, okay. Is that all set? Oh, where are they? Is that all set up? I'm not sure whether. Let me just. Sorry, we just want to check the sound team. Are you? Is she on or?
Yes, I'm online.
Promise, can you message her or something? Oh, she's online. Oh, okay. So do you want to project? There's somebody online.
Thank you, colleagues. My job is very simple, to introduce Stephanie. Stephanie is from Technopolis. So basically, IDRC had sort of hired them just to look at the midterm evaluation to see some of the impact stories that was coming out and to basically then see what the chairs have been doing over time, just as a whole and in terms of the implementation of the program. So Stephanie will just take us through a few of the findings in terms of the recommendations and what came out of the evaluation. And after that, we'll probably then end with the tour to the Innovation Hub. But over to you, Stephanie. Online, if you can hear me.
Okay, thank you. Can you? Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Can you see my screen? I don't know, I'm sharing the presentation, so I'm wondering if. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. I'm Stephanie Aboying from Technopolis Africa, and we are the honor to conduct the midterm review of the ORTARChI. I'm here to present you the key findings and recommendations that we're able to provide at the end of our evaluation. So I can't hear, but
Hello. Her connection has dropped, so we're waiting for her to connect back in. The connection dropped from her end.
Sorry, colleagues. So the connection has dropped. We're just waiting for Stephanie to reconnect, and then we will get
she's
into
back
the
on,
presentation now. She's back online.
Yeah.
yes. Sorry about that. I don't know what's happening.
Okay.
Let me share my. Okay, perfect. Now you can see? Okay. So we're going to have deep dives by evaluation criteria to show you the progress made so far regarding the evaluation, recommendation, and after that we can have like a question and answer session if you'd like. So our mission was to examine the contribution of the researchers to the initiative objectives and how aligned they are with national and continental science, technology, and policy goals. The specific objective assigned to us was to identify what are the key factors that are influencing success achieved so far, and examine how the implementing partners, including the granting councils, universities, and the shareholders, have addressed any challenges that have arisen, mitigated the risks, and leveraged opportunities, and also to draw lessons and offer strategic recommendation to enhance the remaining implementation of the program. So we are focusing on areas like stakeholder engagement, financial management, how knowledge is translated from a diversity of stakeholders in order to have like a holistic view of the program outcomes and future potential. So we conducted our evaluation following these principles. We were prioritizing a collaborative and decision-focused approach, and we had extensive investigation with some intensive analysis, meaning that we did the analysis at the program level and at the shared-specific level to have like a holistic view and understanding of how the program has performed so far. And we try also to address the mainstream of gender equality and inclusivity throughout the evaluation. So we're able to cover 9 chairs as the change that just started in late 2024. So wasn't included in this midterm review. And at program level, we reviewed governance structures, funding mechanism, stakeholder engagement, alongside with alignment with national, regional, and continental STI priorities, and how the initiative is contributing to the whole African research ecosystem. And at the level of the chairs themselves, we examine the outputs, capacity building activities, collaboration and networking, and how they translate knowledge. And also we are able to capture early signs of impact. So this determinant of the evaluation map was activity conducted since the launch of the initiative to mid-2025. So we conduct document review, so all the progress reports submitted by the chair order and all documentation from the science.
she's off. We've lost her again. We're waiting for her. Her network has some issues.
So she's dropped off again. I think she has a poor connection on her end. We're waiting for her to join back in. She's back on.
I'm really struggling what's happening. Having some challenge. So we engaged with the the chair holders, and we conducted two field visits in Ghana and Mozambique, where we were able to interact with national key stakeholders involved in the research ecosystem, the chair research teams, students, partners, and university leaders. So we had a one-to-one interview and also a focus group discussion, and we're able to see the facilities and infrastructure within these the chairs. So what are the findings overall? ORTARChI is highly relevant initiative with strong alignment with national, regional, and continental science, technology, and innovation priorities. And there is good complementarity with existing STI programs at the regional level, because the initiative is based on promising and successful frameworks such as the ORTARChI in South Africa and the we have identified, and shares are effectively develop new knowledge and build research capacity within the country, with other 100 of postgraduate trained and 160 peer-reviewed publication produced in a span of 3 years, which is quite impressive. We noticed some systematic delays in fund disbursement and procurement procedures that have affected the efficiency of the initiative, but overall, the model itself and its co-funding structure has proven to be quite effective and efficient, reducing duplication and allowing the redirection of the resources into the core component with our research and training. Early outcomes and signs of impact are beginning to materialize, especially in the area of human capital development and institutional strengthening. And at the system level, we think that as Senate Council are assuming a stronger stewardship, and also government are doing on the chair orders for policy advice. Regarding policy uptake, it's still early to assess, but we think that it's promising because we have some signs. But at the symbolic and political level, the outcomes are mostly implicit because we didn't find strong evidence of early outcome at this level. We found that there is a high degree of vulnerability to the program users, meaning that sustainability mechanism and exit are not yet developed at the chair and university partners level. And there is also lack of an harmonized gender. And when we look at the criteria of relevance, as I mentioned, ORTARChI is built up on the STISA 2024 and the agenda of the African Union 2063, contributing to the aspiration 1 and 6. And it's also reinforcing regional frameworks, while not wasn't implicitly built on this framework, but is reinforcing the SCDC framework, as well as complementing the EcoPost and climate strategy for ECOWAS. In the Eastern African community, support open science and regional collaboration under the strategy 23-2033. The program also contributes to the number 3, good health, water, industry, and climate action. And there is a blend of different countries participating from Southern, Eastern, and Western Africa, which is promoting, from our perspective, South-South collaboration and the Pan-African research ecosystem building. And it's naturally built in national strategy as universities, science councils, and aligned with the national development plans and priorities. So we kind of emphasize some direct link to national development plan in Burkina Faso, for example, cancer research, which is aligned with the PNDS in Burkina. In Tanzania, it's aligned with livestock master plan and COSTECH 1F agenda. In Zambia, for instance, the chair Copperbelt University fits within the 7 National Development Plan and the policy on climate change. The same in Botswana, where the chair priorities respond to the National Development Plan 11 priorities. So these are to showcase a strong alignment with the national strategy. Regarding coherence, we found out that the initiative is complementing a regional STI program, as already mentioned. There is not yet a visible interconnection between the chair program across country, beside this existing initiative. And similarly, at the national level, there is coherence through the collaboration with ministries and granting councils, but there is room for improving complementarity with existing national programs within the different chairs. We found out that the engagement with granting councils and also ministries is more reactive and sometimes focus on reporting than designing agendas. And there's a lot of structured mechanism to link the share between themselves. So less opportunity to share resources and experience in kind of implementing the activity. Regarding the performance, again, the objective of the program, the activities have been implemented as planned, despite the delays due to the disbursement, bottleneck, and COVID-19. And the program is on track, admitting to achieve most of the planned outputs, especially in the realm of postgraduate training, when we think that it seems like it's the program has overachieved. And we found evidence of institutional strengthening within the university, with reports of enhanced research infrastructure, postgraduate supervision frameworks, and more visibility from the university. The chair orders have demonstrated some flexibility, being able to resequence the activities and maintain the deliverables despite the challenges that they are facing. And in terms of achievement as well, they have influenced some policy and practices. But there is a limited number of postdoctoral fellows, meaning that there is some weak signal in building capacity of the future researchers. Also regarding gender and equity and inclusion, there is some underachievement. And also regarding private sector engagement, so engagement with industry stakeholders, especially for centers, chairs with high industry applicability. Communication and visibility is also a weak point of the achievement so far. We also examined the support that was given by us universities, and we found that they were generally adequate. They provided space, staff, tuition waivers, and sometimes bridging the funds. And the granting councils also were able to facilitate procurement in some instances. So I think that's a good signal for what has been achieved so far. And there are several scientific and applied research innovation output produced, as I indicated earlier, despite different level of technology readiness across the portfolio. In human capital development, there is a robust postgraduate training, but as I mentioned, a limited number of postdocs. Some policy and community engagement output have been produced, And I think I'm presenting right now. At the program level, we notice improvement in research infrastructure at some universities, postgraduate training framework, and visibility for university hosting the chairs. At the granting level, the program is the national ecosystem, research ecosystem, so collaboration between ministries, universities, and research institutions. And we think that the initiative has been able to attract and retain outstanding researchers, looking at the caliber and the output that have been produced by the chair holders. And it's also building up like a pipe of mid-African career researchers and honoring the legacy of Oliver Natambo in this realm, despite the weaknesses identified at the level of postdoc fellows. So this is a table just showing what we've been able to capture. Both 160 publications, more than 140 fully funded ORTARChI postgrad, which are currently trained, 50 policy brave frameworks and decision tools that have been produced. And there are some innovation products with IP potential that have been identified, and several, almost above 90 collaboration that have been developed under the program after failure of implementation. These are the key outputs that you're able to exhibit. We think that the key success factors of this initiative lies into the strong leadership of the chair orders, sorry, and the institutional buy-in and high-level anchoring of the chair within the institution. The logistical and financial support provided by the Post University are also helped them leverage and achieve a great level of outputs despite the delays identified, and also that the governance structure and the credibility of the whole partnership model of ORTARChI is facilitating all these achievements. Regarding constraints, is mainly related to the disbursement delay and procurement inefficiencies at the country level. Also weak industry engagement and sometimes low visibility at the kind of regional level. Efficiency has been constrained, as I mentioned, by this challenge. But the chairs were able to leverage co-funding and kind contribution from the university and partners, which has increased the value of investment by around 20 or 40% in several cases. And I think that this is a notable strength of the additional funding. So this is really what has mitigated the impact of the delayed disbursement. The ratio of funds spent to output seems efficient, demonstrating good value so far. As indicated, funds arrive at least 6 to 8 months after planned disbursement, which is disrupting the activity, sequencing, and procurement, and has caused some interruption in some countries, for instance, Mozambique. We think that because of the delays, the lengthy approval and transfer process from the NRF, and some rigid financial and procurement mechanism within the universities and the granting councils, and sometimes the procurement framework within the country, which require several tier approval. We also try to analyze the ORTARChI model itself. We think that it's effective in oversight, but sometimes can be heavy, for instance, for reporting requirements, kind of increase the workload for the shareholders. And they receive also limited early stage support on financial and administrative management. But this dual level of accountability is strengthening the transparency and quality of the initiative, and also the monitoring from the Science Council is improving coordination and responsiveness. So these are the core findings regarding the model. And its strongest feature is capacity to leverage additional resources like the co-funding structure. And we also identified some weaknesses. So plan governance structures are not yet operationalized at the program level. So this is something that we think is important to address. Regarding early sign to impact and outcomes, the initiative is expected to generate multiple layers of impact. So we noticed the strongest progress in human capital development, institution strengthening at the university level and scientific council, evidence of policy uptake, but the symbolic and political impact remain more implicit. Here we are talking about like the Pan-African vision of a research ecosystem. So this symbolic and political impact remain more implicit. And the scale and depth of the potential to impact vary across share. Some chairs are demonstrating strong foundation for sustained outcomes, but I think this is quite foreseen depending on the maturity of the national research ecosystem. One early outcome, I think, potential to impact is that some granting councils are using the ORTARChI framework as a model to develop their own national research share framework. And we have sign of potential to impact in the area of knowledge and innovation pathway, with some innovation offering sign of potential for social economic transformation, especially in chair with high industrial applicability, as already mentioned. So there is a credible trajectory toward midterm to long-term impacts. And the remaining phase of this first phase is to consolidate these gains. The prospects for sustainability are encouraging but uneven. Chairs are already embedded in post-university strategy for several of them, and the university are invested in infrastructures, facilities, and staff support that we think will remain beyond the current funding cycle, according to the conversation that we have with the university leaders. But continuation will depend on how they're able to diversify funding sources, engage with the private sector, and securing strong ownership by national research. So far, the sustainability strategy are still forming. So I think that's what we can say for sustainability. Regarding equity and inclusion, so chairs are demonstrating proactive measure to recruit women researchers, to support young scholar and early career researchers, and engage with the local community. So there are some significant results, especially for share with existing gender strategy. But the lack of harmonized gender inclusion strategy across the chairs at the program level is kind of hampering the achievement at this level. So these are the key findings, the evaluation criteria, and they help us suggest this recommendation that we think can echo to the discussions and also a discussion this morning. So the recommendation that we have is to foster cross collaboration, like in the community of practice side, and foster synergy with existing similar initiatives like research, mutual learning and listening. As communication and visibility has been identified as the kind of the weak link, we think that enhancing communication and visibility will be good for the remaining phase of the project by developing professional communication strategy and document success stories and innovation for policymakers and all the stakeholders. To strengthen postdoc recruitment and retention to a more competitive baseline offer, so that they can stay longer in the program and improve the prospect for future career. The core recommendation also to NRF to simplify and accelerate disbursement and procurement mechanism. We think that developing a sustainability agenda is a good way forward by strengthening institutional anchoring and integrating the chairs within the current university budget. Another recommendation is to develop and implement a comprehensive gender inclusion framework across the program. And finally, a program level monitoring and evaluation framework that can help the initiative track and document the progress achieved and also cost the chair. So these are the 7 recommendations that we're able to draw from the evaluation finding. I can't hear from you, but if there are questions and any reaction, any suggestion, we are keen to take them and discuss. Thank you. Promise?
So thank you very much for your presentation. I don't know if there's specific reactions or comments. No? Okay. So this is for digesting. And speaking of digesting, we have tea downstairs, and the plan was then to move to, the bus is ready, so I think as soon as we finish tea, we'll drive over to the hub. It's a 3-minute drive. Unless people want to walk. Is that an option? Okay. So yeah, maybe we'll walk and the bus will pick you up from the hub to the hotel. Okay. So should we say 20 minutes for the tea? I think we'll do that and then head back tomorrow. Oh. Metropolis. What is it called? Technopolis. So we'd like to just thank Technopolis for their support to the program. As obviously, if you can't evaluate a program, you can't know where to improve or not. So thank you very much, Mariana, for your presentation. And we look forward to engaging with that specific report as we go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh yes, and I've just been reminded, if you had the audio equipment for interpreter services, please leave it. Yeah, you can just share that. Thank you. So thank you all for a wonderful day. I do hope you enjoyed yourselves, and we look forward to having you back tomorrow. Thank you.